didn't realize this song was that popular.
Oh, yeah.
Huge.
Yeah, huge.
Number one on this day in 1979.
Pop music by Robin Scott, actually, is the guy who did it. I was just looking at the video, and there are these two women dancers in the video, and they're just terrible. It's funny. I mean, I think maybe they're purposely terrible, dancing around two good-looking girls and just sort of dancing in a dumb way around him.
Dancing in a dumb way. Dun, dun.
I like it. I like it. Pop music. I'd forgotten I liked that song. It seems to me I'd play that in the bar when the disco music, and everybody would dance to that.
Or as Tom in the chat room says, it was played way too much at classic skating.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
And what it reminds me of being played too much is when U2 came here for their pop tour. Mm-hmm. You know how they usually play music over the loudspeaker before the show starts? They played that song over and over and over.
Oh, that must have been nice. Actually, I think I was at that show. Was that up at the stadium?
At the Rice-Eccles.
I think I saw that.
Rice-Eccles.
In 97.
It's referred to by Cashbox magazine as a quirky Europop number.
Quirky.
And it says here with nonsensical lyrics. I disagree. I think those lyrics...
Try some, buy some, fee-fi-fo-fum makes perfect sense.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Clearly, try some, buy some is a drug reference.
Yeah, exactly. All around the world. Dancing in the supermarket, dig it in the fast lane. Listen to the countdown. Sure. They're playing our song again.
It's places that you would listen to the music.
That says
it's not nonsensical.
I want to hold Get Back, Moonlight Muzak, Nickety Knick Knack Paddywhack.
This makes perfect sense.
It makes okay. Let me put it this way: it makes sense to me. It speaks to me. Shooby dooby doo wop.
Yeah. Bop bop shoo wop.
I'm all about the shooby dooby doo wop. Yep. What was the nonsensical lyric yesterday? The from Adam Ant. Qua diddly qua qua. Makes as much sense as qua diddly qua qua. I'll tell you that right now.
Texter, me dancing at the gas pump this morning. I love this.
Dancing at the gas pump. It works for all.
See,
you can do that for.
You can stick that lyric.
I wish I'd seen that person pumping gas and dancing there by his or her car. Shooby dooby doo wop. And Robin Scott never really did anything else.
He didn't need to. I don't think he did. He probably made his money on that and said, "I'm out."
Probably retired.
And Rage Against the Machine opened for them here.
Open for M?
For M?
No, for U2.
Oh,
I'm
for
back
U2.
on the U2.
Oh, see, well, you went there in your head and didn't let us know.
I'm sorry.
I knew you meant U2 because that would be ridiculous. That
I never saw M in
that Rage Against the Machine would open for M, who then did an entire hour-and-a-half concert with nothing but that song.
Yeah. And one more time, talk about...
It's M Factor, 1979, number one. Wow. And I don't know, where's Robin Scott now?
I don't... Is he alive?
Yeah.
You make your money and then you disappear. You know? Make your money.
If we could just make some money, we could disappear.
I would love that.
Problem.
You know, as a matter of fact, if someone would pay us enough money, I'd be happy to disappear.
Yes.
You pay me enough, I'll disappear, I promise. You want to get rid of me, the best way to get rid of me is either A, give me a lot of money, or have me murdered.
Well, they didn't give away the Powerball.
I was going to say, maybe we take a trip to the border.
And
Powerball.
That could be our out.
Yeah, win that, I would be out. Well, hi, y'all.
Yeah.
Let's bank our futures.
Half because the rest is taken in taxes.
Let's bank our futures on that.
Lottery tickets.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, it's about as effective as the ratings. They're about as wild and misplaced and inaccurate as that.
I don't feel well today.
What's the matter?
I don't know. I got a tummy problem.
Oh, I was going to say, is it physically or mentally?
It's a little tummy problem.
What'd you have for dinner last night?
Pasta.
Did you make the pasta?
Yeah, had nothing to do with that.
Well, tummy problems usually have something to do with it.
I don't ever eat out. I don't go out.
Is that on purpose? Like, we're not eating out very much. Or
We just have dinner at home most often. Going out to dinner is.
But you can
we're
get
not
sick
like you go out
cooking
to
at
dinner
home.
20 times a month or something.
I go out to dinner because my husband works late, and when he works late, he'll call me and say, "Where are we going?" Because it's not like I made dinner for. Where are we going tonight?
There's the problem.
Does he start that by going? Where are we going tonight?
No.
Wouldn't he like to have? You waiting at home,
Nope.
wearing your apron,
Nope.
walks in the door, you hand him his cocktail.
No,
and
I mean,
say,
I do all that.
Dinner is on the table, my love.
I do
I've
all that, just
prepared a
not-
fine repast
Oh,
for
no.
us.
No.
Look at that lovely ham I have on the table.
Ham.
For you. A ham. I cooked you a ham.
Should I surprise him tonight with a ham?
Why don't you? That might be pretty
And I want
funny.
you to present it like you're a woman on a game show, gesturing, at a prize.
Look what I've done, darling. It's a ham.
It's a ham.
I dare you.
He would not know what to do.
You don't even have to cook it. You could go get one at the ham place.
Honey baked ham?
At the ham
get
store.
a honey baked ham?
Go to the ham
Well,
building.
that wouldn't have the same effect, though. I mean,
Well, just pretend that you did it and sort of set it up. And
As long as there are rings of pineapple
with little
maraschino cherries inserted all over the top of
I
it.
did that.
do they still do that?
She needs to do it. That will be her making.
I see.
That would be her contribution to making the ham.
Good idea.
I put the pineapple circles.
Look at that.
Effort.
I have decorated your jambon.
I've decorated.
See, I helped.
Yes.
Huh?
I think you ought to do that. And have a nice tablecloth and candles.
I mean, I
and
always do
some
that.
buttered peas for a side dish.
He comes home to a cocktail and good lighting and music every night.
No, he doesn't. You meet him someplace for dinner
Well, when he
at some
comes
restaurant.
home.
You need so have a fine repast for him set up. I think he would be nonplussed. His jaw
Agape?
would no.
Oh.
His jaw would drop.
Drop.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, he's already crazy about you, but imagine
Do
if
you
you
think
could.
that would really seal the deal?
He would be over the moon. He would. And she cooks. He'll be able to say.
Yeah,
And
all
she
of
cooks.
this and
Have an apron. Would be wearing an apron and nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
One of those full aprons, so they kind of cover up
Yeah.
the top too. But nothing else.
I mean, early on in our marriage, I tried to cook and do that and have it waiting, and at one point he sat me down and went,
You don't seem to have any talent for this.
I enjoy doing this and you don't. Why don't you just let me take this?
The can opener is not your friend.
They're difficult.
They are.
It is hard to figure out how to get the can
Yes,
opener on
yes,
the
it
can
is.
just right.
It is.
It's hard,
It
Kerry
is.
Jackson.
Is it?
Yes.
I was doing it when I was 4.
They're different now.
Cans of tuna fish. They're different now.
They are different now.
If anything, they're easier because we've
They are.
engineered them properly.
Yeah, I remember when the can openers were the little key thing.
Yeah, that's the thing I know how to do.
And
they're
those were
so
hard.
much easier now.
Yeah. And now ever since I sliced open my fingers on a can of tomatillos, I've got one of those can openers finally that break the seal around so that you don't have any
That's
sharp
what I mean.
edges.
Though I have a hard time getting that on right.
You know what you need to do? You need to go to Park City Culinary Institute.
Yeah.
They have a special class just for can openers.
All right, tonight is just can openers, all right? That's all we're going to
In
do.
front of you, you have different
There are
sizes
different
of cans.
ones. And let's try them all, and you...
Tomorrow night we're decorating a ham with pineapple rings and maraschino cherries.
Yes.
Get your toothpicks ready, ladies.
There you go.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
Right.
I want to apologize for the intense political nature of the previous conversation.
So political. All right, let's begin so we can end.
Yeah, let's get it over with. The check-ins, call us, 877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We'd like to hear from you, what you're doing, how your week's been going, anything new, exciting, different, unusual. Did you like the pop music song? Whatever. Just 877-602-9696 is the number to call. Or you can text us 33986. You know, this show is better when you participate. So let's all get ready to have a lot of fun, shall we?
All right, here we go.
Carrie, Bill, and Gina want to hear from you. Call the Radio from
Oh, Gina.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
When you mentioned what this list is, I thought, do I know? I can't think of any major celebrity this has happened to.
Sure.
These must be all minor celebrities.
No.
Okay.
Celebrities who have been shot and survived.
Who?
First one is 50 Cent.
Fitty.
Yeah. Shot 9 times.
I guess he is a major celebrity.
9 times outside of his grandmother's house in Queens.
Did his grandmother do it?
I don't think so. Andy Warhol.
Yeah.
That's right.
Radical feminist.
By Valerie Solanas, right?
Yep. Tried to murder the artist in 1968. Bullets hit vital organs. He was hospitalized for 2 months, but
I think they say so he died pretty young, though.
I'm sure that contributed to it.
Yeah, it kind of contributed to it. And there was just a story recently. He used to send out a double, when he was scheduled to go speak.
Oh, like Melania.
Yeah, he was scheduled to speak at the University of Utah, and gave this, but it wasn't him. It was somebody who looked like him, and they did it because he was paranoid about all that.
Bob Marley. Reggae legend was shot in Kingston, Jamaica in 1976. 2 days later, he performed in a concert with a bullet still in his arm.
No, it must not have been very bad then.
Tupac Shakur. Now, I know what you're thinking.
Yeah, he was.
Well, he was shot and survived and then shot and killed.
Yeah, well,
okay.
Yeah.
Shot 5 times in 1994.
Right.
Once in the hand, twice in the head, twice in the groin. He survived that.
Jeez.
But then the next time, not so much. Oliver Stone.
I had no idea he'd been, any number of people would probably want to shoot him, but...
Well, it was before he was Oliver Stone. When he was serving in Vietnam, he was shot.
Okay.
But he survived.
Yeah, okay.
Lil Wayne.
Yeah.
Rapper shot himself in the chest with a gun he found in his mother's apartment when he was just 12 years old.
Well, shooting yourself, does that count now? Really?
Well, it's being shot and survived. Kelly Preston.
What?
The late actress.
Did John Travolta?
No. She was briefly engaged to Charlie Sheen. It's been speculated that he accidentally shot her in the arm, but Sheen claims that she accidentally shot herself. Larry Flint. 1978, shot by a white supremacist, left him paralyzed from the waist down, but it didn't kill him. Garrett Morris.
He was shot? Ant-Man.
Yeah.
During a 1994 robbery, the bullet damaged his intestines, required several operations, but it did not kill him.
Wow.
Megan Thee Stallion, who just hosted
Saturday Night Live.
She suffered gunshot wounds as a result of a crime that was committed against me, she said.
I think they got her right in the twerk.
You think?
Mm-hmm. Hey, go back to Larry Flint for a second.
Uh-huh.
Who? So Woody Harrelson played him in the movie.
Uh-huh.
Who played the person who shot him?
I
don't know.
You want me to look that up?
Yeah, but it's
We'll
not that important. You keep going with the list. I just thought maybe it was such a tiny thing that you wouldn't know.
Suge Knight. Shot 6 times in a nightclub.
Yeah.
Survived.
Well, a lot of these are no surprise.
Peter Fonda.
Huh.
He accidentally shot himself with his dad's handgun when he was 10 years old.
With Henry Fonda's handgun?
Yes. David Ortiz.
David Ortiz.
Baseball star.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Shot at a bar. That happened not that long ago, actually. James Garner.
Is that Big Pappy?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now, who would shoot James Garner?
Well, it was when he was in the Korean War.
Korea.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
thought it was maybe over a card game.
He was awarded 2 Purple Hearts.
Because he was Maverick.
Here's one for you, Bill.
Huh.
Greg LeMond.
Yeah, I do. Hunting accident.
Famous cyclist.
Yeah.
Accidentally shot in the back by his brother during a hunting
yeah.
expedition.
And he recovered and went on to race again.
Jackie Wilson.
Just like Jackie Wilson.
Shot by his jealous girlfriend, Juanita Jones, in 1961. He lost a kidney, but not his life. He survived.
All right. One more.
Curly Howard.
All right. 6:21. Let's get this over with.
Yeah, please use those numbers if you would, because this show is always better when you participate. 877-602-9696 or text us at 33986. Let's begin the show now, shall we, Gina?
Cold, flu, and COVID season is here. Boost your immunity with Prime IV Riverwoods. Get a hydration drip, oxygen therapy, and B12 drip for just $79, an introductory offer. Learn more on Facebook at Prime IV Riverwoods.
This is exciting, isn't it? Here we go. The moon is 74.4% of full, a waxing gibbous moon. The moon will rise today at 4:24 p.m. Today being Thursday, it's the 3rd day of November in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. 5 days now. 5 days until the midterm elections. And this is the When Are You Going to Stop Being So Political and Start Being Funny edition of the Radio from Hell show. Starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson. I'm Bill Allred. Over there, it's very exciting. Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is our producer, and we have Dawson and Cameron Diaz helping out as well. And we want to just say thank God for John Montague. John Montague.
Who's John Montague?
The 4th Earl of Sandwich.
Ooh.
The 4th Earl of Sandwich.
And today he claims that he discovered the sandwich. He was on a trip somewhere and went, "What's that? That's a sandwich." It's today's National Sandwich Day.
I love a sandwich.
I do too.
What's your favorite sandwich?
Oh, it's too hard to say.
Is a hamburger
Yeah.
sandwich a sandwich?
A hamburger sandwich is okay.
That's my favorite
That's
sandwich.
a very good sandwich. But how about a Monte Cristo, eh? Huh?
That requires cooking.
Yes.
Well, there you go. Bringing her down, man.
I'm sorry.
All right. Well, let's begin with the check-ins. This is Bridget.
Good morning, Bridget.
Good morning. How are you?
Hi.
Fine, just fine. Bridget, it says here you wanted to say hello and good luck. Good luck for what?
Yes. My son and the rest of the Crimson Regiment are traveling down to St. George for their state competition and BOA, and I wanted to wish them all good luck on their marching band today.
Marching band competition. That's that.
Well, good luck.
What part of the band is your son?
He plays the baritone.
The baritone. Is that like a French horn, but you can carry it? Is that what that is?
He actually describes it as a beefy trumpet because it's a low brass instrument and not a high brass.
Yeah, yeah.
beefy trumpet.
It's like it looks like a trumpet, but it's bigger, kind of. Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Beefy trumpet.
Well, good luck to them. What's the name of the band that they're?
The Crimson.
The Crimson Regiment.
That's good. I like that. Well,
good luck.
Are you going with them, Bridget?
Yes, but we're going to travel a little later than them. They're actually going to be loading buses soon.
Yeah, you don't want to be on the bus.
Oh, yeah.
We'll meet you there, honey.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. Hey, Bridget, by the way, let me just ask you, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Eagle Mountain.
All right.
You know what? We should give Bridget a Radio from Hell baritone bag.
Oh, a baritone bag.
It's a bag you could put your instrument in.
Your beefy trumpet in. Stick your beefy trumpet in here.
In the bag.
Yeah, stick your beefy trumpet in this, baby.
Hang on the line. We'll have Katie get your information from you.
All right.
Thanks, Bridget.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hang on. I'm going to ask her if some people ask her if her name is pronounced Brigitte.
Brigitte.
But I didn't. Let's go to Monica.
Morning, Monica.
Hi, Monica.
Good morning, Lord.
Where are you calling from, Monica?
Well, I live in Salt Lake, but today is my birthday, so I've taken a couple of days off work, and I am up in Park City.
Well, why? It's your birthday. Why? You should be sleeping in, Monica.
Or are you just going to bed? Tell me that.
I wish. No, just one of those early risers, and you get into the habit, and you just can't sleep in, you know?
Yeah. Now, are you with someone that you love to celebrate your birthday?
No, actually, to celebrate, I am away from everyone I love.
Oh, you got a break.
Yeah.
Sometimes a break is what you need.
That's what my wife often likes for her birthday. She said,
get away from me.
I would just like if you all would leave me alone.
Get away from me.
Exactly. I love you all, but I just want to be on my own.
Yeah.
Today is my birthday, and my father said I can have anything I want.
Are you treating yourself to fine meals and?
Just alone time, you know, and it snowed about 6 inches up here, so hot chocolate and, you know,
just be
fireplace,
cozy.
that kind of thing.
Nice.
It sounds
Exactly.
great. Sounds great. Happy birthday.
I like
Well,
it.
I feel like we need to give Monica a tote bag.
A birthday bag?
Or actually, how about a mug for that hot chocolate?
Oh, a mug for the hot
a mug
chocolate.
for hot chocolate?
Oh, that'd be amazing. Thank you.
Hang on the line.
Radio from Hell birthday mug for you. Hang on.
Hang on. We'll get that for you.
Oh, nice.
Let's see. Siege checking in on the way to work, and hamburgers need cooking too, unless Gina's eating raw meat.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Let's see. Just tuned in deep in the West Desert from Dugway Proving Ground. Morning sit rep. Morning sit rep.
Here's a good sandwich for you: a croque monsieur, or a croque madame.
Madame, what's the difference?
Well,
one's ham and one's...
the croque madame has an egg on it.
The sit rep saying they're seeing strange lights on the horizon in the west.
Aliens.
Big D out. Tim the tree guy checking in. I'm liking snow. Is it because there are so many broken branches, Tim?
It's good for... Snow's good for business.
I can't get the city to come and fix my tree, Tim. I wish you... And I don't think you can do it
Is it
legally.
a park strip tree? Yeah.
And it's had branches, and it's huge. It's a linden tree, and it's had branches broken on it for months, and they're broken so that they hang down, and people have to duck under them as they walk down the sidewalk. Yeah, and the city's come and looked at it.
But they haven't done anything.
And informed us that, yes, we're on the list.
You're on the schedule.
But it's, they're booked way out.
Talk to the mayor about that.
Yeah, you know the mayor.
I should.
She calls it. Perry City listener checking in. Thanks for the good vibes the other day. They were very much needed and well received.
Did we give good vibes?
Oh, yeah, we did.
I sent some good vibrations to him.
Oh.
Teacher Emily checking in. I'm having an egg salad sandwich for lunch today.
Ooh, I love an egg salad sandwich.
Got to be a good one, though.
Yeah.
Let's see. Good morning, Lords. Loud kids in the car, so texting, but have a great morning.
Thank you.
Already loud kids in the car.
Ugh.
That's early for loud kids.
Lunch lady Katie checking in. French toast sticks and sausage and eggs for lunch today.
Breakfast for lunch.
Breakfast for lunch.
I like it when we have occasionally we just go wacky and have breakfast for dinner.
Chef Roy checking in. Good morning. One of my favorite sandwiches is a good Cubano. Yeah, I got to say, a good Cubano sandwich.
Yeah, a Cuban sandwich.
Your sister still do one of those?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's the first time I'd ever had a Cuban sandwiches at my sister's restaurant, and I went, this is remarkable.
Oh, it's a wonderful sandwich.
Yeah.
Also, the Rachel up at Feldman's. That's a good sandwich.
Let us know what your favorite sandwich is, because it is National
Are you
Sandwich
sandwich
Day.
crazy today?
Yeah.
Good morning, my Damon and Heron. Nothing like a herring sandwich. Jonathan the German.
Herring sandwich.
I don't know.
No.
Colonel Coffee Bean checking in. Excuse me, hamburgers.
A hamburger is my favorite.
My grandfather used to eat onion sandwiches. He would just put sliced onion.
Raw
Yeah,
onion?
raw onion, and then, mayonnaise and...
That sounds awful.
Well, An onion.
I mean, a grilled onion I could see, but
an onion, if it's the right kind of onion, can be very sweet.
One of those sweet onions, yeah, maybe. Nathan in Pittsburgh checking in, wishing we had snow out here. Oh, it's coming. Let's see, Spam and scrambled egg sandwich. Ooh, that sounds good.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, traffic.
do you put that on toast or just regular bread?
You decide.
Either or. Be creative.
I-80 through Parley's Canyon's got a lot of water and sprays kicking up and could be slick in spots. Lake effect snow in Tooele County is making for a soggy commute. I-80 near Lake Point, there's got water on the road, reduced visibility from spray kicking up there. Crash at the entrance ramp from Union Park Avenue to go westbound I-215 in Midvale. Left lane and shoulder blocked. Crash westbound 31st Street over I-15 in Ogden. Left lanes are closed. One right lane open. Traffic backing up about a block or so. Crash I-15 northbound at Hillfield Road in Layton. Vehicles are on the left shoulder. So there's residual weather issues already affecting your commute this morning. If you see something and it's safe for you to text us about it, 33986 is where you do that. Become a nurse in just 32 months at Nightingale College, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience, virtual college, actual nursing. Start your nursing journey at nightingale.edu, now accepting enrollments for spring semester.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back after this with not only big boy news, but geek news coming up. Stand by for all of that. UtahAdvocates.com.
Boy, the roads have been bad, and there are probably accidents happening. There have been accidents. So if you get into an accident, make sure that first of all, just make sure that everybody's, safe and cars are pushed off the road, and then call the advocates.
Yeah, the sooner you get them involved, the better. Call them before you start getting calls from insurance companies and medical bills coming in.
801-355-5550. It's a free consultation. I know when we're talking about lawyers, and the advocates are personal injury attorneys. We're talking about lawyers, and you think, I can't afford a lawyer.
Well,
they don't charge you anything unless they take your case and then get you a settlement.
and these are local guys, by the way.
Yeah.
Something
Not
we
one of
wanna
those.
point out.
Yeah. So the advocates, if you've been hurt in an accident, you deserve an advocate. Call them, 801-355-5550, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or chat online, UtahAdvocates.com.
It's best question of the week.
Says who?
The schedule says that's what we're supposed to do.
Okay.
Email your questions about anything. Really, anything.
What's today's question?
radiofromhell@x96.com is the email address. Go ahead and send them in. We actually have one that came in from our event.
Oh.
Good morning, lords and lady. This is a best question. Hopefully something comes from it. If the cute blonde lady sitting by herself in the middle of the theater with a mask on at the 8,000th episode event last night is single and listening, I want to talk to you. I didn't get a chance to and regret not introducing myself. I was in front of you when we were leaving the Broadway, and I held the door for you. Sincerely, the guy 2 rows in front of you on the right-hand side of the theater, sitting by himself, tall with a mustache and a black hat.
Is there a question here? What's the best question?
He's asking if she noticed him and would like to.
No, it's supposed to be a question for us.
I think this is Bill. What if we make a love connection? What if
I don't care?
What if a year from now we hear we met at your 8,000th episode and now we're happily married?
Gee, that'd be wonderful. Is there a question for us?
What? I thought that was kind of nice.
Well,
it's all about
fine.
Bill.
It's fine.
Let me find a question about you, Bill.
It's fine. It's sweet. It's sweet.
What?
But it's supposed to be questions we answer. We can't answer that question.
You have another one?
I guess. This is from Carson. Can you tell me more about KJQ? You guys always reference KJQ, and I don't remember the station. To be honest, I was little at the time. What was the frequency? What was I listening to?
Okay.
You're not even letting me finish.
They want to know about KJQ.
Okay.
What more needs to be said there?
Is there more?
That's okay. Go
What?
ahead.
No, go ahead. What else is there?
I threw the
Please.
paper. Go
No,
ahead.
no, you get it and tell me what else is relevant there. Go on. What's relevant?
What was the radio frequency? What was I listening to when I wasn't
Got
noticing?
that.
These shows my parents and brother would listen to when I was little, and I would really like to know more about it.
Okay.
Thank you, Carson.
Okay, Carson, here's more about it. We can tell you. I have the most intimate history with KJQ because when I started there, it was in 1980, and it was an AM frequency only in Ogden, 1490 KJQ in Ogden. And I worked there for probably 6 years or something before, I think, was it 6 years before you came along, Carrie, or was it 4?
I don't know because I
something like
wasn't
that.
there.
Well, but I just said I was 1980,
Yeah.
and you came there in.
I don't remember the exact year.
Right.
That's the thing.
It was probably 86.
I have it written down somewhere, so I can.
Yeah, it was probably, what did you say, Gina?
86.
Maybe 86,
I think it was,
87,
yeah.
something like that.
So, and by that time it had developed, we had gotten an FM frequency as well. Mm-hmm. So there was an AM frequency, 1490, and then an FM frequency, which was 90, what was it, Gina?
What year you got an FM frequency?
No, what was the frequency?
Well, we had 3 frequencies.
Right. We started with one. What was that?
Was it 90?
Was it 95.5?
95.5?
95.5, 100.7,
Mm-hmm.
which is now Bob FM.
Yeah.
And then 92
102.7, which is now the other
Yeah.
thing across the street. And the way it would work is there was a different frequency in Ogden, in Salt Lake, and in Provo. And if you were driving from Ogden to Provo, this is how much people liked KJQ. They were willing to tune up and down the dial to keep
change the
listening to
frequencies.
it.
Once you went over Point of the Mountain to get into Utah County, it was a different frequency.
So it became hugely popular when we started playing what was called modern music at the time.
Yeah.
Now, when I worked there, when it was just an AM for 6 years, it was really popular in Ogden. Only in Ogden, so it's a small audience. But it did very well. It was always sold out, and we just played top 40 stuff. And when Carrie came on, that's what Carrie and I were doing, playing top 40 music, which you couldn't compete with.
No, it was hard for a little frequency in Ogden to compete with the stations here in Salt Lake that were doing top 40 as well. And so we struggled and struggled and struggled, and then we got the opportunity to turn the entire station into what was then called modern music. There was a group of people who were renting the frequency from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
It's a totally different station.
Completely different station at night.
They bought the time from us.
Which confused everyone, confused their listeners, confused our listeners. And so then we saw the numbers that they were doing, and we went, okay, we should do that 24/7. And so the manager at the time, Tom Greenlee, called them in and said, we want to do this format 24/7. The people in charge at that point said, okay, you're going to have to fire all of your DJs.
Get rid of those 2 guys in the morning, Carrie and Bill.
And Tom said, I'm going to fire all of the DJs except for Carrie and Bill. I need a seasoned morning team in there.
Yeah.
That's the...
And as a listener back then,
Yeah.
my friends and I were super skeptical about whether Carrie and Bill could pull off alternative music because we were used to hearing you guys do
But see,
pop
here's
music.
here's the thing: is that I was listening to that music.
Yeah,
that
but
was
we
that,
didn't- we
that
didn't
was the
know.
stuff that I
Yeah.
liked.
Yeah.
I was listening to it already.
But you won us over very quickly.
It took us about 4 months to 4 months of hate calls and all of that, but then we finally won them over. And
We used to get phone calls like, and I don't think this is the right example, but Carrie or I would say, and now here's something by the Smiths, and somebody would call up and say, it's not the Smiths.
no, it's Talking Heads is what you're thinking.
Oh, that's right, Talking Heads. Here's the Talking Heads. It's not the Talking Heads. You guys don't know anything. It's just Talking Heads. And then they'd slam the phone down.
Yeah.
And if we could pivot just quickly back to the question you wanted to get rid of, Bill. People are now texting in. Can we have a singles event soon? Remember, we used to do these singles mixers.
Singles mixers,
So
yeah.
maybe we can do one of those again. If you want to get yelled at about your...
40 right now. We got Geek News coming up, but first, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Advantage Use Signature PPO is a Medicare Advantage plan created in Utah with access to a huge network of doctors and hospitals, including University of Utah Health, Steward, Mountain Star, and Intermountain Healthcare. See if Advantage U is right for you. Visit AdvantageUMedicare.com.
Well, congratulations are in order. A pair of international beauty pageant winners have shown that love knows no boundaries. Miss Argentina 2020, and her name is Mariana Varela. She's 26 years old. And Miss Puerto Rico 2020, Fabiola Valentin, 22, have gotten married. They announced on Instagram they married on October 28th after having kept their relationship out of the public eye. After deciding to keep our relationship private, we opened the doors on a special day, the 28th of October, 2022. They wrote in a joint message on both of their Instagram pages. An accompanying 30-second video shows candid moments between the two lovelies at the beach, on a boat ride. The video also includes scenes from their engagement, with rose petals, white and red balloons, and gold and silver balloons spelling out, "Marry me," in the background as they share a kiss.
Nice.
Well,
they're a lovely couple. Lovely couple. Both very lovely women. And they look to be just happy as hell. Same-sex marriage was legalized in Puerto Rico in 2015. When it was legalized across the United States following a Supreme Court ruling. Argentina legalized it in 2010. So those are the places that you will now have to go when the Supreme Court here says you can't get married anymore.
Yeah.
Congratulations to both of you, said the Grand International Beauty Competition, whose organizers, they both sort of participated in that particular pageant. I said congratulations to both of you. So I have here a story, everything you need to know about this year's Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade.
Everything I need to know?
I don't need to know anything.
I'll move on then.
Okay.
Coronavirus.
Speaking of coronavirus, we got a text. Ray, the imaging specialist, checking in, had a rough shift at the hospital last night. COVID on the rise.
Well, this story, globally, it says the tally of COVID cases fell 17% in the week through October 30th from the previous week, while the death toll fell 5%. The World Health Organization said in its weekly update on the virus, the Omicron variant BA.5 remained dominant globally, accounting for 74.9% of cases sent to a central database. The WHO reiterated that newer sublineages of Omicron, including BQ1 and XBB, still appear to be less lethal than the earlier ones and don't warrant the designation of variant of concern. I'm concerned. I'm a variant of concern, or a VOC. In the United States, known cases of COVID remain at their lowest level since mid-April, although the true tally is likely higher because people test at home. Going back to the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade for just a moment, everything you need to know about this year's Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, the star-studded lineup of celebrities.
Okay.
Paula Abdul.
That's the best they can do?
Well, I have, Gina, would you just give me, I read one name and you say that's the best they can do?
Well, if that's your number, that's the
Julia Roberts is not good enough for you?
Why isn't Julia Roberts the first name you read?
Because she's not going to be there. Paula Abdul, Fitz and the Tantrums, Big Time Rush, Blues Clues and You host Josh Dela Cruz. Here we go. Gloria Estefan, along with her daughter Emily, and her grandson Sasha. Kirk Franklin.
I have no idea who that is.
Mario Lopez, Ziggy Marley, and Miss America 2022, Emma Broyles. What a lineup.
Not really.
Jordan Sparks?
No.
Josh Stone? No.
Joss Stone?
Joss Stone? Falula Borg? Jimmy Fallon?
Okay, there's a name I recognize.
Okay, there's one.
But not...
Everything you know right there.
That's okay.
Everything you need to know about the Thanksgiving Day Parade. Later on, I'll tell you what some of the new balloons are.
I was gonna ask.
We can't get a Halloween parade together like we've tried for years. Maybe we can do a Thanksgiving Day parade. Do you think we could get no?
Everything you want to know about the Radio from Hell Halloween Day Parade. That's it. It was around 11 p.m. on Monday night when Sandra Furr walked out of the Winco grocery store out in Roy with her groceries. I noticed the parking lot, she said, was just empty, no one there. She got to her car, and a man in a hoodie came up to her and asked her for some money. Mm-hmm. He said, would you give me $1 or $5? And I said, I don't have any money at this time. And he said, thank you, have a good evening. And she was about to get behind the wheel of her car, and she felt someone behind her. I turn around, and the guy says, give me all your money. And he had a knife in his hand. The man's knife cut her finger. I screamed on the top. I scared myself. I screamed so loud. It freaked him out, and he ran off. Police caught the man, Isaiah Camacho, a few blocks from the Winco, took him into custody, charged him with aggravated robbery and assault, according to court documents, and Camacho admitted to asking Ms. Fair for money and pulling out his knife, but he said, I wasn't trying to hurt her.
If she would have just handed me over the money, everything would have been fine.
Yeah. What happened to me, it made me realize that there's so much violence out there, said Fur. People just don't seem to even care about human lives anymore. Feeling lucky that her scream saved her, Fur hopes her story will help warn others not to go out alone at night. And,
it's fun being a woman.
Yeah. This, what a sad story this is. Officials believe that, and this caused an accident on I-15. Apparently, a person died from suicide during an incident involving a truck that jackknifed on Interstate 15 in Murray.
It's a very strange story.
The incident occurred in the southbound lanes of the highway near 5200 South. A truck hauling vehicles blocked 3 right lanes of traffic. Emergency crews responding to the scene where the truck crashed, and they found a person dead behind the wheel with a gunshot wound. According to Utah Highway Patrol spokesman, the 22-year-old male driver of a white BMW involved in the accident died from a gunshot wound to the head. They believe it was self-inflicted. Weapon was found at the scene. No indications of foul play. The truck driver wasn't injured and cooperated with officials at the site. While road rage is not suspected, an investigation is still underway. A witness spoke to Utah Highway Patrol about the crash, said that they saw nothing else, just that the truck somehow, jackknifed. The driver of the car hauler is cooperating with our investigation. Those are the only 2 drivers that were involved. Unfortunately, the only 2 witnesses, and one of them is dead, the driver who died on the scene. The name of the person has not been released yet. President Biden on yesterday, tied the attack on Paul Pelosi to former President Donald Trump and to his refusal to accept defeat in the 2020 presidential election, and warned, quote, dark forces with a thirst for power will threaten democracy in the midterms. Biden didn't call out Trump by name, but it was clear that he was making next week's election a referendum on Trump's big lie, as he calls it, his false claim that he won the election 2 years ago. American democracy is under attack because the defeated former president of the United States, see, he didn't call him out by name, but
we know who you're talking about.
Yeah, we kind of get it. Refused to accept the results of the 2020 election, Biden said in a speech at Washington, D.C.'s Union Station. And he's made the big lie an article of faith in the MAGA Republican Party. The great irony about the 2020 election is that it's the most attacked election in our history, and yet there's no election in our history that we can be more certain of its results.
Yeah.
Every legal challenge that could have been was brought. Every recount that could have been undertaken was undertaken. Every recount confirmed the results that He didn't say that. But, let's see. The commissioner of the FCC, or one of the commissioners, wants to ban TikTok.
Good luck with that.
Federal Communications Commissioner Brendan Carr said he has, quote, little confidence that there's a path forward when it comes to try to make a national security agreement with TikTok. Carr said perhaps the deal that the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States ends up cutting is an amazing airtight deal, but at this point I have very, very difficult time looking at TikTok's conduct, thinking that we're going to cut a technical construct that they are not going to find a way around, he said.
Well, the United States can't do it alone. We got to get with other countries like Europe, the European Union.
Yeah.
They might be able to help us influence any changes in something like that, but you can't do it on your own.
The U.S. is concerned that China will try to gain access to data and TikTok is owned by a Chinese person, I believe in China, right? I think the person is in China.
I think so.
And they're concerned that China will try to gain access to data on U.S. citizens. So, let's see, one more story.
Sure.
Okay, why would you do this? Narali Najim chose to get a bold portrait of her on-again, off-again partner tattooed on her face. She keeps her followers updated.
He's not even just an on-again? It's on-again and off-again?
Yeah, he's cheated on her.
Yeah, she keeps her followers updated on her relationship daily and provides information on what she's up to after welcoming a son, whom she named King, with her partner, who she refers to as Daddy. Narali was left heartbroken, though, after alleging that her partner had cheated on her, even when she was in labor with her baby, with King, according to her TikTok caption. It read, "Thinking we were the perfect family. Just gave her a son a week ago. We bought a home. Everything seemed to be so real, just to find out she's been cheating, even while I was in labor." I don't know why I keep saying she.
Well, maybe they're a lesbian couple.
I guess, but well, I guess they are.
Okay.
And she calls her Daddy. Okay.
All right.
And then she got the woman's face tattooed on the side of her face.
Ugh.
And it looks terrible. And
lots of bad decisions here.
I don't know why people do this.
All right.
That's it.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, for the first time in Major League Baseball postseason history, there has been a combined no-hitter. 1, 2, 3, 4 different pitchers said, "Yeah, let me give it a go." And no hits against the Phillies. 5-0 win last night. Game 4 of the World Series ties the series at 2 games apiece. They play again today at 6 o'clock. The Jazz lost last night to the Dallas Mavericks, 103-100, and they play tomorrow. They're still on the road against the Lakers at 8:30. That's your sports. Weather, it's still wet out there, and likely rain-snow mix happening throughout the day today, possibly, and much colder. 43 is all the warmer it will get today. Then this storm should be finished by late tonight, and tomorrow, partly sunny, 42 for a high. That weather already affecting your morning commute. There are wet roads out there, and those wet roads will kick up spray and make visibility difficult.
And the bridges, watch out for the bridges because it's cold. It's just cold enough. It might frost up on you.
Yep. So be aware of that. Let me see. Front of the program says it's snowing again. Please, for the love of Pete, wipe the snow off your cars and windows. We have to remind people every year to do that. Please
have a broom, push it off.
Yeah. That's traffic.
Thank you. Geek News brought to you by.
Want a fun night out on the town? Try a cooking class from Park City Culinary Institute in Salt Lake. Classes include recipes, ingredients, and the tools you'll need. Learn more at parkcityculinaryinstitute.com.
Okay. Now, I don't think anybody in this room is going to go see the new Avatar movie.
No.
Right?
Probably not.
I didn't see the first. I'm not going to start now.
There are folks who are looking forward to it. I know. One of them is our attorney.
Really?
Not Ed.
Our other attorney?
Yes.
Radio from Hell requires multiple attorneys.
We do.
We have a gaggle of attorneys.
But I want you to, if you're not going to see the movie, which is me, at least go and look at the latest trailer. They released a new one.
Dad, I know you think I'm crazy.
I watched this.
And it really looks beautiful.
I feel her.
Yeah.
I hear her heartbeat. She's so close.
This one is taking place underwater a lot, apparently, because the title is The Way of the Water.
What does her heartbeat sound like?
Mighty.
I mean, it looks spectacular.
But it
really
seems
does.
so overwrought.
It does. It does seem a little overwrought, but the latest trailer is available a couple of days ago. And the story itself takes place 10 years after the events of the first movie, and it's the family that was created by the Zoe Saldana and Sam Worthington characters. Their children. Introduces their children. And yes, it runs more than 3 hours.
Anybody well-known in this movie?
Sigourney Weaver, Vin Diesel, Kate Winslet, Stephen Lang.
Oh, okay.
But will you recognize them? Because it's like mostly
voice acting.
And after your death,
Well, you sort of do.
it's acting. It's motion capture.
And they look sort of like the,
Yeah.
I mean, you can say, oh, yeah, that is Sigourney.
And Zoe Saldana I read an interview with her, and she was talking about how they had to not only learn to scuba dive, but hold their breath underwater for a very, very long period of time.
Why do they? If it's animated?
Because that's the way James Cameron wants to shoot it.
He's just being difficult.
Could be. I don't know. But anyway, it looks great. It really does. So if you're looking forward to it, go and take a look. It'll be out December 16th from 20th Century Fox.
Maybe I will go see it.
Yeah, why not? Couple of late breaking stories that popped up in my feed last night, my Geek News feed. Sandman, Neil Gaiman's TV the comic TV show.
Yeah.
Netflix,
Yeah.
season 2.
Yeah.
It has been approved.
Okay.
And also Aubrey Plaza is joining Agatha Coven of Chaos.
What is that?
Which is Agatha Harkness,
WandaVision,
who was introduced in WandaVision. She's getting her own show, and now Aubrey Plaza is joining the cast. So that's about all we know at this time.
Katie is cheering this.
But yes, this is a
anything Aubrey Plaza's in. I'm there.
You're all there.
Yeah.
Let's see. Now, when I say this, you're going to go, "Do we need it?" But then I tell you who's behind it, and you're going to be okay with it. Friday the 13th, a prequel TV series.
Do we need it?
Brian Fuller.
Oh, I know who that is.
Now, Katie still doesn't want this. It's going to be called Crystal Lake, and it's going to be on Peacock. But Brian Fuller, who was behind a lot of really good shows,
Hannibal and
he's
the Star Trek Discovery when it first came
American Gods. He says that he's a fan of the franchise. He's got more money than he did on Hannibal.
So
which was a great-looking show.
Yeah. This is going to be like movie quality TV.
Exactly,
right?
Yeah, on Peacock. He says, I've got more money per episode to spend than I ever did on Hannibal.
And I'm predicting he'll do 5 episodes and then quit.
and give
it over to somebody else.
That was going to be my joke at the end.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He says he would, he always says this when he starts a show. I'd love it to go 10 seasons, but then he has
Does he
some.
get bored? What?
He has an argument with somebody and he quits. But
he's highly strung, I think.
But it will be Crystal Lake, the prequel series. But he says that the reason that he's excited to do this is because the rights for Friday the 13th are different for movies versus television. If you have movie rights, there are some things you can't do. But with the TV rights, he can do whatever he wants. He can go to space if he wants.
Screw with the story.
He can screw with the story.
Yeah.
Katie's very upset about this.
She's very upset about this, but give it a try. Stargirl, a show you didn't watch hard enough, is being canceled, season 3 on the CW. And Gina, for you, I'll bet you didn't know that they're making a Fall Guy movie.
With Lee Majors?
No. Aaron Taylor Johnson.
I don't know who Aaron Taylor Johnson. Do I care about Aaron
He was in the
Taylor
Bullet
Johnson?
Train. He was. He's joined Ryan Gosling.
Oh, well, you should let you lead with Ryan Gosling.
I'm sorry. And it's the guy who directed Bullet Train. He's going to helmet. Emily Blunt is going to be in it.
Okay, okay.
And so it's
she's my action go-to lately, it seems.
It's The Fall Guy was a TV show.
It's a terrible
TV show.
What was it
So
about?
is it
I
going to
don't
be
remember.
he's a stunt guy.
He's a stunt guy, but
he falls.
He takes side jobs,
Solving crimes.
using his skill as a stuntman. Yeah.
So is this going to be a comedy then?
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
it was when Lee Majors was in it.
Because Ryan Gosling can go either way.
He can go either way, which is very exciting. So there you go. Fall Guy movie just for you.
Thank you.
We'll see what comes of that. Traffic, Gina.
Friends of the program saying they're experiencing this crash westbound 31st Street over I-15 in Ogden. Left lanes are closed. Crash I-15 northbound Hillfield Road in Layton. Crash at the entrance ramp, Union Park Avenue to go westbound I-215 in Midvale. And we are having some snow issues in certain places, as you might expect, Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons. Little at the top of Parley's, mostly just wet there, it looks like. Chains and four-wheel drive are required in Little Cottonwood Canyon, not in Big Cottonwood Canyon, though. And if you're seeing something, you can text us, 33986. Help combat theft. Jiffy Lube Utah is offering a free service to have your vehicle's VIN engraved into the catalytic converter and striped with fluorescent paint.
KXRK Provo will be back. Boner of the day coming up. Stand by.
It's the Utah word of the day.
From what year? Do you have any idea?
1994.
Okay.
Let's see. Here we go.
Today, we examine another group of words used by most Utahns called L words, or words that end in ELL.
Oh, yeah.
And to help you with today's lesson, each time an L word is used in the following dialogue, a bell will sound. Imagine, if you will, our two friends, LeVar and LeGrand, together in LeVar's trailer house. The TV is on. A conversation ensues. Again, these are L words.
I love this TV show.
Yeah.
I am so glad that someone is showing the reruns of McKell's Navy.
Me too. You know, I would just love to set sail with McKell myself. Hey, you remember the one when the wacky crew of PT Boat 73 tried to save that beached well?
Oh, yeah. They had a hard time because of this big storm.
Yeah.
Gale force winds and hell stones the size of golf balls.
Yeah.
But they saved that well anyway. McKell did not fell.
Well, no thanks to Gruber. Yeah, that was quite a tell, though. Hey, listen, give me some of them snacks, would you? I'm hungry.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
What?
Trell mix.
Yeah.
You're not going to like this, LeGrand, but Trell mix makes me thirsty for just one thing.
You're not going to be drinking beer in front of me, are you, LeVar?
Oh, no. I'm going to have me a glass of L.
L is beer?
Yeah, but this is pretty mild. It's that Pell L from Squatters. It's so mild I can drink a whole bucket of it.
You'd get drunk if you drunk a whole Pell of Pell L. Then you'd get throwed in jail. And I'd have to bail you out. Oh, hey, looky here what I got in the mail. It's a flyer from Deseret Book. It says here that Dan Quell is coming to town to sign copies of his new book.
Boy, the liberals sure rode Bush and Quell out of Washington on a rel.
Sure did.
They fought tooth and nail, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Hey, I hear that this new book of his really lifts the veil of secrecy about Washington life and what really went on. You know, I'd like to see him. What Deseret Book is he at?
Well, the one by that big jewelry store.
Big jewelry store. You mean Morgan's Jewelers?
Nope. Zell's.
There you go.
That's back when we had this theory that we would beat you over the head with comedy. You know, the way to get you to laugh was to beat you over the head with comedy.
Why didn't we ever learn to edit?
I don't know.
That's what I want to know. Also, now, you were shouting, this sucks. Mm-hmm. I got to tell you, though, out of all of the Utah Word of the Days, that was the best one.
It was one of the,
really?
Yeah. That was one of the better ones.
In my opinion, I think that was the best one. Whenever someone says, what's the quintessential episode, I say that one.
I still like Lard Dorothy. That's a gorgeous orange.
I like talking to the manager of the store about the manger scene.
Yeah.
The creche, the manger scene. The manger. I need to speak to the manger about the manger scene.
God. Beat you over the head is right. Even I was getting bored. Sorry, folks. Yeah, that's why we don't do sketches anymore, all right? Anyway.
If you want to see a picture of a happy man, you can go to x96.com/live right now.
Yes.
Or you could go to my Twitter, @RFHBill, because our good friend Dave Mattson, Dave the Flower Guy, made it to Disneyland.
Oh, he's been talking about this for a year.
There he is.
Oh, Dave.
Oh, there he is at Disneyland. Standing in front of the town hall there, where the
that's what you do. You take a picture at the entrance before you go in.
People who listen at this time of day may not be familiar with.
Yeah,
with
we usually
Dave.
talk to Dave later in the show.
Dave is a longtime friend of the program. He's the guy you see around Salt Lake City. He has a tractor with a trailer on it, like a lawn tractor, not a
lawnmower, like
not a big
riding lawnmower.
Yeah, it's a riding lawnmower essentially, and he drives that around town, and he mows lawns for people, and he sells flowers. That he goes to the florist every day and gets a whole bunch of flowers, wholesale flowers, and then he sells them. Now he has, I think, regular people he takes them and sells them to, but he always has extra. And if you just walk up to him and say, "Hey, I'd like to buy a bunch of flowers," he'll sell you a bunch of flowers.
He's the hardest working man we know.
I think he is, really. And Dave has been with us for a long time. And some long time ago, we decided we would let Dave pick the boner of the week, and because he listens to every minute of this show all the time. Now he's probably not listening now because he's in Disneyland. His good friend Chelsea took him to Disneyland.
And Dave has cerebral palsy. We should probably mention that.
Yes, he does. And he's just a wonderful human being. Did I tell you about him at the roller derby? So my wife and the big Wasatch Roller Derby League, and there are several teams. They had a big fundraiser this past Saturday, all day, like from noon till 7 o'clock at night, and they had games and carnival games and food and raffles. And Dave and Chelsea came to the event. And bought a whole bunch of raffle tickets.
Nice.
Chelsea bought just tons of raffle tickets. And one of the raffle things they were doing, and I've never seen this done, it was just put money in the pot, put money in, and then if you win, if we read your ticket number, you get half of what's in the jar.
Yeah.
I had never seen that done before. Dave won it.
Oh, good.
And it was probably $150 that he had in his hand.
That's about how much he will need to do what is happening right here. Yes.
You know what he did? He said, "No, I want to donate it back to the roller derby."
Oh, that's
Dave.
And he gave it. Which was very nice.
But he could use
they
that
need
money.
well, and so can they. Frankly, that was very nice of him to do that. So there's a picture of him now. Now this is him, Dave at Disneyland, making his lightsaber.
So this is something you can do?
This is you have to make a reservation to do this. It's like a 20-minute to a half-hour. It's like a show, but you build your own lightsaber. You're there and you're walked through it by a Jedi master who tells you a story and then explains each part of the saber that you're building, and you get to pick the different parts and the color of the crystal, the kyber crystal, and all that.
And this is something he's been looking forward to for months.
And these are really nice prop replicas. These aren't cheap plastic. These are really nice.
Yeah. So this is now there are several pictures of him. The note that Chelsea sent along with the photos, it says, "Ahoy hoy, ahoy hoy from Dave at the happiest place on earth. He made his lightsaber at Savi's workshop last night. He named it Peacemaker."
Oh, I love it.
And
he chose purple. It looks like.
No, his is green.
Green, yeah.
Is this green?
Go to the. I think the next picture
it's
you'll
hard
see.
To tell.
The way that they're
there. The next picture.
Yes,
oh, okay.
Green.
There he is with his lightsaber. I don't know who.
I'll bet he picked green because Yoda's is green.
Oh, okay.
And so you can tell he's just having the time of his life, and he's wearing his NASA jacket because in addition to being a lawn cutter and flower seller, he's an astronaut. He loves it.
I'm still stuck on him donating the money back to the roller derby because
that was very very nice of him.
Very nice. Dave's a hustler. Dave's always trying to take care of himself and earn his own money. And
yeah. And then Chelsea sent one more picture. I don't know if you guys put that one up. Really cool. It's the Halloween tree at the zoo.
I don't think they have that one.
We don't have that one?
Didn't do that one.
Sorry.
Anyway, she sent just a picture of the tree, the Halloween tree.
It's
but
very
there's
elaborate.
there's Dave just having the time of his life.
People are asking. A couple weeks ago, Dave got his bike stolen, and they're asking if he got his bike back. As far as we know, no.
He did not get that bike back. But Chelsea, she's been a friend. She and her family, her husband and kid, have been a friend of Dave's for years. I don't know how it got started that they became his friend. And Chelsea and her daughter have listened to our show for years as well. Her daughter really likes the show, her 17-year-old daughter. But Chelsea arranged for Dave to get a new bike, and it's an electric one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so he doesn't even have to pedal it, and it folds up.
So he can take it into his apartment, because his other bike, he had it chained up outside his apartment. Someone, bolt cutter broke the chain and stole it.
Katie, let's put these pictures on our Facebook page, because that way people who are just listening or not on YouTube can see them.
I put 2 of them on my Twitter, at RFHBill. And it's he's just having the time of his life now. He's promised he'll be back tomorrow, because he's going to come in and do the boner of the week like he always does.
Yep.
And I'm sure he'll have some stories for us. And by the way, I would say that a long time ago, not a long time ago, what is it, 3 years ago, Dave's mother passed away. And
he used to live with her.
Yeah, he lived with her.
Katie says 2 years.
2 years ago. And Dave was in kind of desperate straits at that time. And we set up a GoFundMe for Dave. And Friends of the Radio from Hell show just came through.
Like you always do.
And how much money was raised, Katie? About
10,000?
5,000?
50,000. 50,000.
Was it 50,000?
50,000.
50,000? Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it was I
knew it was a lot, but I didn't realize.
It was such a chunk of money that we had to set it up in a trust
with another one of our lawyers.
Yeah, Wade Taylor.
It's 50,000, but that money's got to last him.
Yeah.
To help pay rent and stuff for the rest of his life. So it sounds like a lot of money, but he'll need it.
I mean, Dave earns money as well as from mowing lawns and stuff. But that was really something he needed to just have a foundation. Now he can live because he depended on his mother's Social Security money, and that's gone away. And so,
all right. Well, look for those pictures on our Facebook page, and add a nice comment while you're there. So, traffic.
Crash I-15 southbound near Pioneer Crossing in American Fork. The center lanes are currently blocked, but I don't even think Highway Patrol's on the scene yet there. Stay to your left to get by that. Crash I-15 northbound at Hillfield Road in Layton. Vehicles are on the left shoulder there. Crash westbound 31st Street over I-15 in Ogden. The left lanes are closed. You're experiencing some weather-related traffic incidents, it looks like, this morning. Like Carrie was saying, bridges could be slick because it is cold this morning, and or it could just be kicking up water and making things visibility-wise hard to deal with. Just be aware of that as part of your commute this morning. Cold, flu, and COVID season is here. Boost your immunity now with Prime IV Riverwoods. Get a hydration drip, oxygen therapy, and a B12 drip for just $79. Introductory offer. Learn more on Facebook at Prime IV Riverwoods.
Here we go. Boners coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be voting for. Number one, he is a visitor that will not be invited back. Boner candidate number two, well, thank goodness we had the X-ray machine set to detect Gator. And boner candidate number three, I'm afraid this is becoming normal somehow.
Yeah. All of that coming up after these.
Real Alternative is back.
It's Beth's question.
Found a website that people will really like, I think, and I'll get to that in just a second, but because it has to do with bugs. I was at the University Pharmacy, I think it was on Monday, and I came out into the parking lot, and the guy who sort of takes care of the parking lot, Mike, said, "Oh, you see all these bugs, these little bugs flying around." And I went, "Oh, yeah, there are clouds of these little bugs. Have you guys seen them?"
No.
Pay attention, like when you go home, and I saw it, and then I went home, and there were clouds of them all around my yard.
They're following you.
No, they're not. They're just everywhere, and I thought, what the hell is this? And so we did a little research, and actually, Uncle Todd found out what they were. These little nightmares are blue ash aphids. Usually prevalent in the Pacific Northwest. Nobody is sure how they ended up this far south, but they're here until the first deep freeze. Unfortunately, because there are so many, that means they're going to lay eggs by the millions in the trees, and we're going to have them next spring. And so I did a little more research looking them up, and indeed they are in the past they have been confined pretty much to the Pacific Northwest, up in Seattle, Oregon, around the Spokane area, and there are numerous news articles about them.
Okay.
How people are just, they're just annoying.
They look like a fly you would use for fly fishing.
Yeah, kind of. And they're blue ash aphids, blue ash aphids.
You call them.
Yeah, blue ash aphids. They have furry butts, kind of.
Sure.
And so I thought I wanted to do more research. I'm looking up, and I'll bet some people are listening right now. You know what we're talking about? These clouds of. Just watch for it. It's sort of almost not noticeable, and if you're not paying attention, and then all of a sudden you realize there are thousands of them around. And so I went to this website that I found, and I would advise you all to look it up because it's great. Insectidentification.org. And it says there are over 1 million identified species of insects and spiders in the world, with many more still awaiting discovery. Now, with this website, you can find any of those million that have already been identified, and you can find them either by type of insect, like if you want to know types of spiders, types of beetles, or you can find insects by state. What insects are common to your state? And so I looked up Utah, and we could look at. And then it's further broken down. Do you want to know about Utah spiders? You want to know about Utah dragonflies? Name something you want to. Utah. I don't know what Utah true bugs are. Maybe they're the ones you find only in Utah. Should we click on that?
Sure.
Let's see. Utah true bugs, and here's what we find. Something called the ambush bug.
That's a DC superhero, by the way.
The assassin bug. And and then you can click on these, and it'll tell you more about them. Let's see. The broke-backed bug. Any one of these you want to know about, let me know. The brown marmoted stink bug. How about the plant bug?
Plant bug?
Yeah. The Red Cross shield bug. That's kind of a beetle. All of those are pretty much beetles. But it's just fascinating how many different insects you can find. Spiders, butterflies, wasps, crickets. You can find, if you want to know just any green bugs in your state, any blue bugs in your state, you can just find all of them. It's just incredible.
Look up bark beetles.
Carrie's got bark beetles.
I got bark beetles.
Yeah, okay, Utah beetles.
It's killing the blue spruce.
Let's see, there's there it is, the bark beetle. Yep, it's killing it, and it says it loves evergreens, blue spruce.
It's ruining trees.
It's killed it pretty much.
Mm-hmm. But that's just one of many beetles. It's just incredible how many different varieties there are. And Utah dragonflies. There are 25 different species of dragonfly in Utah. There's the American ruby spot damsfly, the black saddlebag skimmer.
Look up the shoe fly.
You want to make a pie? Is that what you
look up? Lightning bugs.
Okay.
We don't have them here.
We don't have them here, and I'd like them here.
How do we get them here?
Can we get them here?
It's not hot enough here.
It's not hot enough.
It's not humid.
Yeah, it's not humid. It's too cold for them.
Oh.
If you've ever seen them, though, geez, they're incredible.
I've never seen them. That's the thing.
I've in Georgia, and I think that's where I saw them.
I've seen them on that pirate ride at Disneyland.
Yep. So anything you want to know about bugs?
I hate these. The Johnson jumping spider. I hate the jumping spider.
They're kind of cool, though.
No, they scare me.
Well, yeah, but they're...
Because you go to get them, and then they...
But they are kind of cool. And so you've gone to the website, I see. Isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
All the different things you can find. The different spiders. The barn funnel weaver spider. The black-tailed crab spider. Ooh, there's an ugly one. What's that? The canopy. Oh, here, it's a jumping spider, Gina.
I hate the jumping spider.
It's the canopy jumping spider. They're hairy. It jumps on its prey. It packs a lot of personality, it says here. Found in the southeast and along the eastern coast, this particular spider is at home in forests.
This website makes me itchy.
It's an ambush predator that stalks and pounces on its insect prey. That's an interesting thing about the insect world. What do they eat? They all eat other insects. It's a cannibalistic species.
Another reason to hate them.
Well, I guess some insects eat plants rather than each other, right? Spiders eat each other.
Yeah, they do.
So anyway, if you want to know more about bugs, insectidentification.org. You can find them by state, by type, all of that.
Sure. All right, 7:25, time for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, November 3, 2022. We'll give you 2 candidates now, then a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3 candidates, you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it. Got to win it. Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1. He is a visitor that will not be invited back. Woods Cross, Utah. A man visiting Utah allegedly stole a car with a 4-year-old girl in the back seat and then drunkenly led police on a high-speed chase before crashing into an officer's patrol car. So he's just visiting the state of Utah. Michael Lee Freeman faces charges of aggravated kidnapping, theft of a firearm or operable vehicle, child abuse with injury, assault on a police officer, use of a dangerous weapon, on and on and on. On Saturday, Freeman was allegedly attending a Halloween party in Woods Cross and got drunk to the point that his behavior was, well, it was inappropriate for the party. A man who had attended the party reportedly told police that Freeman continued this type of behavior long after being told to stop and concluded, it was necessary for him to leave. What he means is we threw him out.
Yeah.
The man accompanied by Freeman reportedly exited the party with his wife and 4-year-old granddaughter and buckled the child into her car seat in the back seat of the Chevy Silverado. And as the man and his wife turned to say goodbye to the remainder of the party guests, Freeman jumped into the car, backed it out of the driveway with the girl still in the back seat, and sped off. Drunk. This could have been awful. Mm-hmm. An officer with the Woods Cross Police Department responded to the incident. Another officer found the stolen vehicle and attempted a traffic stop. Freeman reportedly fled, accelerated rapidly. Freeman reportedly continued to lead officers on a high-speed chase, went about 16 minutes, speeding around 9 miles, going at very high speed. He made a U-turn finally and crashed into a patrol car, and that's when everything came to an end. He smelled of alcohol, they said, had bloodshot eyes, slurring his speech. The little girl, the 4-year-old girl, was brought home safely. Apparently no serious injuries at all. She did say that Mr. Freeman had punched her in the chest because she was crying.
Oh, jeez.
What a nice guy, huh?
No.
He's a visitor that won't be invited back again. Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. Well, thank goodness we had the X-ray machine set to detect gator. A live albino alligator was recovered from an American man's suitcase in Germany last month.
Oh.
His suitcase.
There's the X-ray.
That's so weird.
I know. Last month.
X96.com/live if you want to see it. It's an alligator in a suitcase.
The reptile is reportedly on the road to recovery. The 3-foot-long alligator was detected at the Munich airport in late September with one of the airport security checkpoint X-ray machines. Custom officials reportedly found the alligator wrapped in saran wrap, essentially, cling wrap, when they opened the suitcase. The Munich airport said that... Well, they didn't. They just said, "Jawohl, we found the alligator." A photo of the alligator, you can see it there on the X-ray, and the poor thing is kind of in a circular position and stuffed into a suitcase.
You'll be able to see it if you go to x96.com and click on the boner voting.
Yeah,
you can see it.
So, I mean, thank goodness they had the X-ray machine set to detect gator. Boner candidate number 2. Somebody doing that to an animal. I don't care if it is an alligator. It's just not nice. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I'm afraid that this is becoming normal behavior somehow.
Boner candidate number 3 after this big boy news and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
If you're into Magic, Dungeons & Dragons, or Pokemon, Hastur has it. Hastur also has dice, miniatures, lots of entertaining board games. Go check them out. Hastur, 6831 South State. Get store hours and more at HasturGames.com.
Legend has it, and I don't know if it's legend, I think it's true. People heard Kurt Cobain say this. He said, I knew Nirvana had made it when Weird Al Yankovic turned Smells Like Teen Spirit into Smells Like Nirvana, the lead single from his 1992 Off the Deep End album. It was Yankovic's first hit since 1988's Bad, so it had been a while.
Yeah.
He didn't actually interact with Kurt Cobain in person, although he always gets permission from the artists before he does a parody. He says, I don't have to do that, but I just think
it's a courtesy.
It's polite.
And I think anybody that wouldn't allow him to do it is an uptight jerk.
He said there have been. I forget who it was. I don't.
Let me look.
I don't remember if he names a name or not.
I think he has.
I want to say Prince, but...
He says about Kurt Cobain, I met Kurt in person a few months after my parody came out. We were both eating at the same restaurant in L.A., and I noticed him at a nearby table with some friends. And so I timidly went over and thanked him profusely for letting me do Smells Like Nirvana. And he told me that I was now obligated to do any favor in the world that he wanted me to do. And then he turned his head and extended his hand and said, polish my nails, will you? I love that guy, said Weird Al.
Here are 10 artists that turned Weird Al down.
Okay.
Beck. Weird Al wrote a song called Schmoozer. I'm a schmoozer, baby.
Oh, okay.
Prince. He asked him multiple times about multiple songs. The song he wrote was Yellow Snow for Purple Rain. Paul McCartney.
Said no. Okay.
Weezer said no. James Blunt said no. U2 said no. Coolio said no at first.
At first.
But then he ended up
gave
doing
in.
homage.
Yeah.
Lady Gaga, which kind of surprised me.
Yeah.
Led Zeppelin. They didn't even answer the phone.
Well, yeah, Led Zeppelin wouldn't even...
We're not home. All right. China has suspended access to the industrial zone in the central city of Zhengzhou after the city reported 64 COVID cases, and workers who assemble Apple's iPhone fled the factory to avoid restrictions. No one can enter or leave for 1 week except to deliver food and medical supplies under China's strict zero COVID policy, which has frustrated citizens and slowed economic growth. You see, that's the road we're headed down. If we keep having those mask mandates and stuff like that, you don't want that to happen, do you?
Communist China.
That's exactly right. By Tuesday evening, Cedar Valley High School in Eagle Mountain had received over 1,500 phone calls and 3,000 emails, shutting down its phone system and leaving staff in a frenzy. Thousands of comments stacked up at the bottom of its Facebook posts. The school district, the local sheriff's office, the principal, dozens of other people associated with the school fielded threatening texts, voicemails, and social media messages, and a handful of Cedar Valley students stayed home, afraid to go outside. It's heartbreaking. That's the best way to describe it, said Cedar Valley High School Principal Courtney Johnson. To say that yesterday was chaotic is an understatement. What was going on? Well, 12 hours earlier and 230 miles away, a group of kids dressed as inmates wearing blackface walked into a Cedar City Walmart and were approached by a stranger. She filmed the now video that's racked up millions of views. So
it was just a mistaken identity.
The morons who would issue threatening emails and phone calls, they're morons. And they went after Cedar Valley High School.
They just Googled it and...
I don't...
They've identified the kids, I think, that are in the video.
People were angry about that video, and rightfully so. But threatening, death threats, that doesn't do anybody any good at all.
No.
Zero. And the poor folks at Cedar Valley High School.
Yeah,
not us.
Yeah. That you say they haven't identified them?
I thought I saw that.
What was killing me was seeing people on social media defending the kids. Like, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
A body was found along the Jordan River on the Jordan River Trail Sunday morning. Passerby initially thought it was a prank because it was so close to Halloween.
Yeah.
They called it in anyway, and officers went and said, "No prank. We got a dead guy here." The death has been classified as suicide. The spokesperson says, "I don't know if they were hanging from a rope or a cable, but there was somebody hanging from a tree. No suspicion of foul play." Salt Lake Airport, I haven't been in it since it's...
I have not been in the new airport, no.
Yeah,
I have multiple times.
And it's apparently beautiful.
I love it. It's gorgeous.
They have great restaurants, and the newest concession, I really like this idea at the Salt Lake International Airport, is a business called Treat. The business is located in the airport's Concourse B, and it's wellness products, and they have meditation rooms. They have yoga classes if you have time to take yoga classes. They have a place where you can nap. They have the IV drip thing to help with if you're dehydrated or you need some perking up. There's even a place to take a shower.
Well, now that's good.
They also offer COVID-19 tests and other health tests. They have screenings for STDs if you feel you need that.
Okay, we don't need to go that far.
It's the third location of its kind in the United States, joining similar stores at JFK and in New York City. I'm trying to see how much this kind of costs. I'm thinking it's not cheap.
I've often said that the only thing I don't like about the Salt Lake Airport is that I live in Salt Lake. And the reason I say that is we've all had layovers in horrible airports where you're there for hours.
Yeah.
So having a layover at the Salt Lake Airport would be enjoyable.
Yeah.
There's so much good shopping and restaurants. And
here's some of the prices. They offer COVID-19 test, $35. They do pregnancy tests.
What?
You're in the Mile High Club and you think maybe something happened. This is quickly.
They do IV drips, like I said.
Does it say how much a shower is? How much is a shower?
$35 for 30 minutes of shower use.
It seems like a lot for a shower.
But if I were feeling gross, I'd do it.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
You can, and it says that it's something that can be broken up, like if you have 2 or 3 people.
It's
$35
a thing.
and you want to go and take a shower.
Thing.
The next one can go in. The next one goes.
Okay.
So that's nice. When I flew to Nepal,
wouldn't that have been nice to have a shower?
No, I had it.
Oh, you did.
I'm about to tell you that. In Qatar Airways, and they have for like $50 or something, you could go into what was essentially a lounge, like the Delta Sky Lounge. It was one of those places. All the beverages that you could possibly want, alcoholic and non-alcoholic, food, and showers. And I took a shower for.
All right. Weather, traffic.
Oh, and by the way, Lady Gaga, her people told Weird Al no. When Lady Gaga finally heard about it and talked to Weird Al herself, she said, "Oh, yes, of course. What's wrong? I don't know why my people turned you down."
Well, did he do it?
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's called the Perform This Way, somebody says.
Instead of Born This Way?
I guess.
Perform This Way?
Oh, yeah.
So there's that.
Right.
Weather. Dry air is moving into northern Utah, and accumulating snow is still possible across central and southern parts of the state. Southern mountains could get another 3 to 5 inches. Another 1 to 3 inches possible in the valleys, especially across the southwest. Snow will taper off tonight as the storm moves out, and it's going to get a lot colder in the morning behind this storm tomorrow. We'll have a break on Friday, then more wet weather is expected across the north this weekend. Traffic, we have, Utah Highway Patrol has stopped all lanes of travel southbound I-15 and American Fork for a few minutes to move all the vehicles to the right side of the freeway. The right lane and shoulder are now blocked, and traffic is backed up into Lehigh. I thought a friend of the program was telling us about, accident near Pioneer Crossings being cleared, moved to the center lanes. Thank you, whoever sent that in at 33986. Yeah, you are going to be seeing some wet roads out there this morning. and some slick spots. It's cold and over bridges, overpasses, that kind of thing might be really slick, so just be aware of that as part of your commute. Help combat theft. Jiffy Lube Utah is offering a free service to have your vehicle's VIN engraved in the catalytic converter and striped with fluorescent paint.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I'm afraid that this behavior is becoming normal somehow. Springville, Utah. Gee, all of these boner candidates are... Oh, no, the second one is not.
All right.
Boner candidate says a student at Springville High School has been suspended after wearing a KKK costume on Halloween. Ku Klux Klan. The Nebo School District said the student first came to school Monday wearing a white sheet like a ghost. Later in the day, students saw the unidentified student pull out a white hood and put it on to take photos. After being reported to school administrators, the student was suspended and disciplined. We are committed to keeping our schools safe and will continue to educate students on appropriate behavior at school and activities. If students feel concerned or anxious, please advise them to speak with their school counselor, the district said in a statement. But they thought it would be funny to be a Ku Klux Klansman. This is just a day after the Cedar City incident. Boner candidate number 3. I'm afraid this is just becoming normal somehow.
Country is going to hell. All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, he is a visitor that will not be invited back. A man visiting the state of Utah stealing a car with a 4-year-old girl in the back seat. He's drunk. He leads police on a high-speed chase. Fortunately, the girl was not injured. Boner candidate number 2, thank goodness the X-ray machine was set to detect gator. An American man carrying a live albino alligator in his suitcase through a German airport, detected by the X-ray machine. And boner candidate number 3, I'm afraid this is becoming normal somehow.
All right. You've got to decide now, of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one should be boner of the day for today, November 3, 2022? 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Pretty easy to do. Let's see, another way you can vote is to use your live voice vote in Katie's ear at 877-602-9696. Just call the producer's booth, and she'll take your voice vote. You can also go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, November 3, 2022. You can read the stories and see the pictures and vote accordingly. If you don't see that box on the website, refresh your internet browser. It will appear. All right. You have only until the end of these messages. That's like 3.5 minutes is all. So let's get going. This is Boner of the Day, November 3, 2022. All right, we're going to wrap things up with Ask a CG Artist here real quick. I'm going to put you on the spot. You say you had a friend who's worked on the Thor movie.
He is, by the way, John Patrick Rooney, who is a CG artist, works out of L.A., but here to visit family.
Yep.
And your friend did the animation of the Destroyer.
More so modeling and texturing, not
the animation.
The animation of it.
But he helped build the character. The Destroyer is like this giant...
In what movie?
In Thor.
Oh.
He's like this giant killer robot.
Just coming out this summer.
That destroys a town.
He also did, it's my roommate, and he did the hammer for Thor that you see at the end of Iron Man and this one as well.
Do you guys have girlfriends?
Sometimes.
Listen, with all the dough they're pulling down?
No, I asked because, they are
boyfriends.
Or boyfriends.
No boyfriends.
Listen,
they're on the computer.
You
all
take a girl.
day.
You take a girl to Iron Man 2, and you say, "Wait till the end. Wait till the end." And when that hammer shows up, you say, "I did that."
You're in.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying it sounds like they are chained to a computer a lot of the time.
I have to say, I've had one relationship go south because I was working.
That's all I'm
insane
saying.
hours. It was a good Ogden girl too, living in L.A.
A good Ogden
yeah,
girl?
good. I know.
There's no such thing.
In a good in a bad way.
Yeah, right.
Bad in a good
Bad
way.
in a good way. That's all good.
Good Ogden girl. Let's see. A quick software question from Nick. Let's see. Go ahead, Nick.
Thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah.
Maya, I guess, is the standard. How does 3D Max compare?
3D Max is a standard for a lot of things, a lot of car commercials and things like that, and video games use 3D Max, but more and more Maya is becoming more of a standard. I hate modeling in 3D Max. It drives me nuts.
Now, you were saying that if I were just to buy the Maya program, it was how much again?
I'm not sure, but it's like over 1,000.
Over 1,000?
Almost
1,000.
4,000.
Yeah.
Almost what?
4,000.
Almost 4,000.
Well, 3,999.
That's almost
close. Yeah.
Almost.
You know, it sounds to me like if this is what you're gonna do, it might be worth it to invest in that.
Yeah.
All right.
You can use those programs if you go to a school. They have them available.
This is true, and I know even up at the U they have those programs available, and it's all part of your fees. So.
Here's a question. Without getting too political, how is your health insurance as an independent contractor?
It's a bottle of Advil.
Somebody wants to know, where's my holodeck?
Yeah, that was my next question. Where's my damn holodeck?
Yeah, I'm working on it, so
all right.
Any requests?
And here's the final question, which I think is the best one. This is, do you have to be good at math?
No, you don't.
Perfect.
But sometimes I've used some trigonometry and
don't
scripts
you need that
and
for,
things like
for
that.
Architecture, don't you?
Yeah,
Know what I mean?
sort of.
Trigonometry.
If people want to see some of the stuff, is there a place that people can go? Do you have a website where they can see your demo?
I have my demo reel on Vimeo, but it's just you can go ahead and email me at johnpatrickrooney@gmail.com, and I will send you an email with some info.
John Patrick Rooney, Irish?
Yes.
Oh. Irish question mark?
John Patrick Rooney at gmail.com.
St. Patrick's Day Parade Saturday, you know.
All right, I'll stop by.
All right. All right, 7:48. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And the Boner of the Day is brought to you in part by Tuna Caper Pasta.
And cold, flu, and COVID season is here. Boost your immunity now with Prime IV Riverwoods. Get a hydration drip, oxygen therapy, and B12 drip for just $79 introductory offer. Learn more on Facebook at Prime IV Riverwoods.
Well, 23 people felt sorry for the albino gator and voted for that one. But it was a fight between, essentially a big fight between number one and number two.
Close fight.
Number one being the guy drunkenly on a police chase, 4-year-old girl in the car. And Boner candidate number 3, the kid with the KKK, the Ku Klux Klan hood at a school in Springville.
I'm seeing a lot of votes from Springfield for number 1.
Oh.
They don't want their name.
And that's the winner, number 1.
Yeah.
The drunk guy speeding around.
Yeah.
Close, though.
Yeah, closer than yesterday, that's for sure.
Yeah.
There you go. That's your Boner of the Day for today, November 3, 2022. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Coming up, we got Victoria
with our Real Housewives of Salt Lake update. She watches, so you don't have to.
Thank you.
And we got Beat Gina coming up. Now, I've got a new proposition.
Okay.
And this is a new thing that I think that we could start here and make it spread globally.
You're proposing this to us specifically, or to everyone?
Starting with you and our audience.
All right.
But I think this is something that we could start making a thing.
You think it might go viral? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm hoping.
Okay.
Right now, and we could workshop the name, right now we're referring to this as the non-gift.
The non-gift.
Non-gift.
Okay.
And it is the best gift.
Okay.
And what was happening was Sue and I were in my home studio and just kind of doing a remodel and kind of a thing, cleaning up. And she said, well, what's this? I said, well, I got it for somebody. I thought that they would enjoy it. He said, well, you know that somebody will just take it home and it will sit on a shelf and then it will get thrown away or given away or something. It's just, it's clutter.
This is for me, right?
All right, it is.
Because this happens to me all the
time. And we know that you throw things away.
Well,
any gift that you bring Gina, if you're a listener and you bring Gina a gift, she will throw it away.
At home, I have a cabinet that is specifically, thank you, and it goes in.
And it goes in there. This is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
All right, because you're not the only one.
No.
I have that. It's not a cabinet, it's a shelf thing, but I have the same thing.
Thank you.
And I appreciate them thinking about me. They saw something that made them think of me.
Yes.
Or in this case, me think of Gina.
Yes.
And you're going to get it for your birthday, by the way. Because I've already bought it and I lost the receipt. Actually, it's been in the basement for 2 years. I haven't.
See, and I'm lucky. Nobody ever gives me anything. That's
So here's the proposal.
Okay.
For the non-gift.
Okay.
Instead of buying the gift, giving it to the person, and the person, thank you, takes it home, and it's clutter.
Yes. Yeah.
You merely take a picture of it.
I love this.
You merely this all Sue's idea.
Yes.
This is all Sue's idea. You merely take a picture of it.
Think of you.
And send it to them on their phone.
Okay.
And say, here is your non-gift that I'm not getting you.
You don't even have to buy it. You just take a picture of it at the store.
On the shelf.
Or something online, you can just...
Now, admittedly, this could hurt small businesses.
Well, yeah.
But... I mean, there is some downside to it, but I think that we call it the non-gift. I send you the picture.
Okay, so my birthday is next week.
Yes,
and if my family is listening, I want you to do this
because, I mean, I've gotten stuff for your husband.
Yes,
that I've seen and went, oh, he'll love that,
yes.
And I know what's happened to it. Yeah. It's just
if you're worried about hurting small business, let me suggest this. That you buy it anyway, take a picture of it, and then you throw it away.
or buy something else in the store that you need. I don't know.
Carrie, I love this.
Well, thanks, Sue. This is all her idea, so we call it the non-gift. And that way you can have a few moments of laughs and enjoyment. I thought of you.
Yes, because that's what's important, that somebody thought of you.
And then you can delete this photo if you'd like. Even I mean, it's probably cluttering up your photo file. So
no, but here's the thing, though. Now, Carrie he's given me a few gifts, very few over the years, but you have, and they're things that I like. He is a good gift giver. You're thoughtful. You pick something and you go, I think, this person would really.
Yeah.
And there are people like that where you go, you get the gift and you go, oh, yeah, thank you. That's really nice. I want that. Thank you. But then there are people in my family who give me gifts and they go, what the hell did she give me that for? It's not my wife. It's my sister.
Now, and you're going to love it when I give it to you.
Okay.
But I know what's going to happen. It's going to go into your shelf. And just sit there. But this is what we do from now on. The non-gift.
I love it. I am 100% in on this.
Take a picture, send it to him. I thought of you. Here it is.
Because what matters is the fact that you thought of that person when you saw this. That's the thing that matters.
I don't like it. And if you if anybody does that to me, you're dead to me.
Wow.
I want the thing.
It's like when listeners say they want to bring us something, and I feel like Carrie and I always go, "No, you don't have to." And Bill's always like, "No, bring it. I want it, whatever it is."
Exactly, I want it.
Well, it's like out here in our general meeting area, they call it the cantina. There is now a snack bar kind of situation going, and the people who were restocking that were there, and Katie came in and said they said you can have whatever you want if you want it, and
just for free.
Gina and I were in here.
Promo item.
Yeah, Gina and I were in here doing some work, and we're like, no.
Oh, it's okay, thank you.
And that's how I feel, is you don't need to bring stuff. Because I have a lot of stuff on my shelves from listeners that they've given to me.
Now,
which is great. Again,
it's nice.
Nice that you thought of it.
Now, me, on the other hand, when they did that, the people stalking it out there, they said, oh, hey, we really love the show. On us. Why don't you, anything you want here on this? And I said, well, no, that's okay. And they said, no, really. And I said, oh, okay. And I took something. I took a Diet. I demur once.
Now, I will say there's difference, Carrie, is if it's a consumable.
Oh, okay.
Like a
food or wine.
Yeah, a consumable is different.
Yeah, because you'll consume it and then it's gone.
It's not going to sit on a shelf.
Is this not anything that is utilitarian?
The thing that I got, Gina?
Yeah.
No, it's
just a thing.
It's just a thing.
It's something that I will go, oh.
You'll go, hey, they did. Wow.
And the thing.
You know they made that?
I didn't know they had those.
I didn't know this exists.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And then she'll take it home and go, see, honey, this exists. And then
it'll go in the cupboard.
Goes in the cupboard.
Never see it again.
So think about this.
That's a good idea.
I like it.
This is all this Sue's, Sue Jackson Inc. This is her.
It's a good idea, but again, for me, I just give me stuff. I want the stuff.
I also don't like people feeling obligated to buy me things, like for birthday or something.
I don't.
Like, oh, it's her birthday, I got to get it. Don't. Don't.
Yeah. I don't ever give you anything for your birthday.
Now, someone's confused. No, it's not naan, the Indian bread. It's N-O-N.
Oh, but that would be a good consumable
Okay, here's
gift.
a picture of naan for you.
I like naan.
It's a non gift.
A naan.
It's a non gift.
And I don't recognize this number, so it's an anonymous non gift.
Yes, there you go. All
right. Okay.
A non.
I drink iced coffee.
All right.
Let's see if there's something new here.
By the way, we apologize for the political nature of that.
The show is
sorry.
Yeah.
Can you tell we had a consultant meeting yesterday? We have a smack up in the backup, is what they're calling it.
The smack up in the backup.
Southbound I-15 American Fork. So, meaning there was a crash and then there's another crash behind the crash because everyone's slowing down because of the first crash. It's a mess in American Fork, basically, is what we're seeing here. And this is due to weather-related wet roads and slick roads in some areas. Perhaps you're seeing some of that out there and you want to text us about it. Just make sure it's safe for you to text 33986.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Victoria with the Real Housewives of Salt Lake update. She watches so you don't have to after these. KXRK Provo. Wendy's for breakfast. If you are not looking forward to the smack up in the backup or whatever that traffic jam is called, just know you're going to be late and tell your boss the smack up, the backup, and hit Wendy's for breakfast. Wendy's drive-through is so fast, though. I mean, even if you were just headed to work, you'll get there on time. But, take your time. Enjoy your breakfast, and especially these delicious sandwiches. It's the $3 breakfast deal. Oh, and it's National Sandwich Day?
Sandwich Day, yeah.
Yeah, so here, give it a try. The $3 breakfast deal. Choose between the bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant sandwich or the sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant sandwich and get a small seasoned potatoes thrown in there for just $3. All the great ingredients that you know and love, including the hot and crispy potatoes on the side. Just delicious, and you're going to love it. It's quick and easy, limited time only, participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours. So, download the Wendy's app or hit the drive-thru on the way to wherever you're going. Wendy's.
We're broadcasting here from Namche Bazaar in Nepal. We're sitting in my room at the Zomling Guest House and Panoramic View restaurant. I met the owner a few minutes ago and did a little interview with him. Maybe you'll hear some of that coming up on the show at some point. An interesting man. His name is Saddam Sherpa, and he is he's from Tibet. He came here from Tibet. And I was just going to ask Geljan, you don't mind being on the radio for a second, do you, Geljan? I'll come over and sit by you. I heard people asking you today about Sherpa. What is that? Is that a last name, or what is it, or why do they say Sherpa?
Yeah, Sherpa means the name of our caste. We have different family name. Like, for example, my name is Geljan Sherpa, and then my family name is Lama. Yeah, so I really want to make it clear the people who are very confusing about the Sherpa people. The people think the Sherpa is like our name of our profession. So it's wrong. So Sherpa means our caste name.
It's a caste name. And what does Sherpa mean? You told me that today.
Sherpa means in our language that we are Eastern people. We came, Shar means East, Pa means people, and we came from the east part of Tibet. So that's why.
Why did you all come here from Tibet?
Yeah, there's a quite confusing. Somebody says there's two things. Somebody says maybe that time there was very big influenza disease, and so the people were very scared, and they come over here to the Nepal. And somebody says there was a war. There's like a civil war, and then there's a people that they lose the war, and then they came over here, but yet we don't know which one is true.
And this was hundreds of years ago, right?
No, it's approximately 500 years ago. We don't have exact data.
Yeah, 500 years ago. And from what I've heard you say about Tibet, I mean, there's a kind of a longing for Tibet. Is that true? If somehow you could go back to Tibet, is there some feeling like that?
I'm sorry, I'm really confused about your question.
I mean, you hold Tibet with a great deal of reverence. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And Tibet is, of course, really no more. And we'll talk to Geljan later on in the trip too. He's very worried. He thinks the Sherpa people are going to be no more at some point. And so we'll talk about that. But that's it for now. I'm Bill Allred, broadcasting at the Zamling Hotel and Panoramic View Restaurant in Namche Bazaar, Nepal.
Okay, let's begin.
It's time to talk to Victoria. She is in Reno, Nevada right now. Reno, Nevada, the biggest little city in the world. And Victoria watches The Real Housewives of Salt Lake so that we don't have to watch it.
Although I feel like, Victoria, this week it looks like you didn't want to watch it this week either.
Really? Well,
I really didn't.
I was looking at a recap here from, I forget where it is, the New York Daily News, and there's something nasty that happened.
What happened?
Nasty.
Rose's husband got fired. Whitney Rose says Whitney Rose says her husband was fired over an intimate act.
What?
Yeah, so let's start there.
Okay.
Then
All
we'll
right.
see how far we're. That's going to start there. No, this is so interesting. Actually, again, stuff that's not what we didn't really see. We get to see the reaction from this. So what happened was, I don't know if you recall, last season, Whitney asked her son Justin to engage in, I think it was called love art. And what they did is they put a sheet down in their bedroom, and they're in their underwear, and they cover each other in paint, and they do random things.
She and her son?
Husband.
Her husband.
Oh, okay.
Her husband, Justin.
Yeah. Okay.
And it was very weird to watch. And definitely not a great choice. But now it looks like what it's turned into is it resulted in her husband getting fired. And what the articles that came out said that the reason he was fired was because of this. And so so what we see this week is what happens a couple of days after he actually did get fired, and they're talking about it and reacting to it. So, yeah, he got fired from his job, and I didn't look at where he actually worked. She just said it was some company that makes some sort of product, and he was pretty high up in it. He was like the chief officer or something. And he's their source of income.
Yeah, it doesn't really say in this story I have here. It just says he's chief of marketing and sales for a publicly traded company that makes personal care products.
And that's literally what she said on the show. So I love that article took her quote and just put it in there as a fact.
It sounds like
that's
Amway.
that's all we have.
I don't know.
But it doesn't.
That's what I'm wondering.
It not specifically. It doesn't say specifically that they fired him because of that.
Oh, he says they did. So, yeah, so on the show, so what we saw last night was not because of that act. So what it's interesting. So on the show, what we see last night is we see, I think it's probably a couple days after it actually happened. And so they're talking about it. And so Whitney says, what did they actually tell you? And he starts off by saying, they said that because your wife is a public figure, there is a conflict of interest. So he said conflict of interest. What Whitney does, Whitney then takes that and turns that into her sexuality. And so she does say this in their conversation. She doesn't say exactly that act. She says, I'm being punished for me being me. And she says, because I'm a woman, because I have, anyway, so she's the one that brings up that it was because of this specific scene. And it sounds like it had been building. They kind of talk about, like, there were other things that they had done on the show, and it just built, and they said finally they had to let him go.
It was Life Vantage.
That's what our chat room is saying. They've done the work, and that's what they've discovered.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know either.
Personal care products.
Anyway, let's get on. Let's get on with this, and
yes. So that was probably the most interesting. But anyway,
all right.
So we're in episode 6. It's called Finsta Fight. And I think that what this means is fake Instagram, because that is one of the main conflicts that we hear about. So Finsta. And then again, it's another boring week, and so I would recommend you follow along my social media. I posted some pictures from last night's episode. So on Twitter, the Judgy Empath, and on Instagram, just Judgy Empath. So our restaurant watch is we got provisions, and so I was not watching. Go ahead. What?
Oh, it's a great place.
Cool. It looked great. So while I was not watching the show, I looked at the menu and was super excited by the tasting menu, especially the hamachi sashimi. So I'm going for that. Right. And so here's literally what happened. So I think this is the most interesting way to talk about the show. So the episode opens with an old-timey newsreel to give us headlines of the main points of the episode. So it's got the music. It looks like a
Why
film.
did they do that? Why?
I don't know. It did not make the episode better. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I have not ever seen this to this degree on a Housewives franchise. Like, usually they do something gimmicky, but I've never seen it like this. So I couldn't believe they did it, and I had to rewind 3 or 4 times, wondering, like, am I watching the right show? What is this? So if you look at the picture, I took a picture how it actually starts out. Ridiculous. Okay. Heather goes to Alliance Theater to scout a venue because she's decided to form a choir. More about that. Jen and Coach Shaw go to Altitude for date night. While they're there, Jen talks about how Lisa told her that Angie Harrington's husband created a fake Instagram account called Shaw Exposed. And it looks like he was using this to throw shade at both Lisa and Jen. Jen's very upset about this fake Instagram. I know. And then from there, we go to Lisa talks to her son Jack about what he's going to do for college. We see Justin and Whitney talk about him being fired. Heather has a staff meeting and works and talks about her book. Heather also talks about a different conflict she has with Lisa because Lisa retweeted her Heather's dad's obituary. It's a little involved, but anyway, that's literally what happened. Whitney does yoga with Lisa, and Lisa explains this whole conflict with Heather and retweeting the obituary because she wanted to set the record straight, whatever. Meredith and Seth go to dinner with Angie and her husband at Provisions, and Angie wants to put on the record that she did not start this rumor about Lisa and the jazz tickets, right? And then this is where Lisa's husband admits to creating this fake Instagram.
Okay.
Yes. So we get that. And so if you want to see them talking about that, we get that. And so he explains it was all about Lisa, but for whatever reason, he called it Shaw Exposed and also brought Jen Shaw in it. So we get his admission about this fake Instagram account. Then Heather and Jen hang out to also talk about the fake Instagram account. So Jen says that Angie's husband, I think his name's Chris, calls her to apologize for bringing her into it, right? Because this whole fake Instagram was about Lisa, not about Jen. Okay. So I guess Jen gets an apology, but she's still upset at Angie and her husband for even doing this. So then all the women get ready for these choir auditions.
Why is there a choir? Why is she starting a choir? What is that about?
Heather says on the show, so she no longer practices as a Mormon. And she says one of the things she really liked about being Mormon was being in the choir. And so she wants the feeling, and she calls it a community. She says the choir is a community from, her experience growing up in the Mormon church. Okay. And so she wants to recreate this choir community.
Okay, whatever.
No thanks.
And no, totally. And so then we see that she puts together a panel, and she wants to create this like American Idol vibe. And so she puts together these panel of judges, which includes Jeff McLean, who's the son of Michael McLean.
Oh, I know who that is.
And so I put a picture on my social media of Jen sitting next to, or Heather sitting next to Jeff, being very excited at the audition.
Oh boy!
And anyway, and so then we don't actually see the auditions yet. It looks like that's going to be next week. But Jen Shaw is funny about this because she rolls up to the auditions, and there's maybe, and this is on my social media too. There's a picture of just outside the theater, and there's maybe 6 or 7 people
That's a huge
who are
success.
trying out for the choir.
It's a small choir. So what is this deep dive? No deep dive?
Well, no, there's no. Last week I wanted to talk. Last week I find something to talk about, and there's nothing to talk about this week because I don't care.
Okay.
So let's go right to ugh. Everything that I'm like ugh. So Whitney's tagline for the season is "I'm more of a free spirit without the Holy Spirit." Ugh. I don't like this.
Yeah.
I don't like exactly. I don't like any of the taglines, and so I'll share another one next week. And so again, this storyline of the fake Instagram account. Why do we care? And also this is he says I am a 52-year-old man and I created a fake Instagram account. This is pathetic and boring.
Yes.
This is ridiculous. And then when Whitney's husband gets fired, she really makes this about her. And I want to say I'm very happy for Whitney and her journey and exploring feminism, but she made this all about her and about how it's an attack on her as a woman. And maybe it is, but he just got fired, and he's very upset, and he's crying, and she makes it about her.
Yeah.
And then the last thing is what I'm calling Meredith's wet rat vampire garbage trash whore look.
You can see a picture of this. Victoria posted this picture on her social media, so if you want to see that.
She's got this very wet hair look, this lacy sort of like thing on her.
Yeah.
Anyway, and a velvet jacket. It's ridiculous.
Okay, we gotta go. So quickly do the quotes in the drinking game. We gotta go.
Okay, our quotes are from Lisa's son, Jack. He says, "Fudge college, I already own a company." He says the word fudge. And then Whitney's response to Justin being fired is, "Do I need to sell all of my purses? What does this mean?" So that's another of her responses. And then our drinking game is, "I used to have friends, now I got enemies." So take a drink each time you hear fake Instagram account. I counted at least 10 times, and then I couldn't keep track anymore
because you got drunk. All right.
Exactly.
Victoria, follow Victoria on Instagram at, what is it?
Judgy Empath, or Twitter at The Judgy Empath. And also listen to my podcast, Couples Who Bravo Together.
All right.
There you go. More of it there.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Victoria. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash I-215 northbound near the ramps of the 201 freeway. The right lane and shoulder of the west belt are blocked. Traffic backed up to 35th South. Crash I-15 northbound approaching Bangor Highway exit and Draper. Vehicles are on the right shoulder. This is adding to the slowage already in place. And American Fork, it has a couple of different accidents, all causing to the slowage in Utah County. This is all weather related. That's traffic.
All right. Beat Gina is next. Play Beat Gina, and you will win what?
Our lovely pint glasses, limited edition pint glasses we have from Squatters, and our 30th anniversary.
A set of 2 pint glasses, one with the Squatters logo on it, and one with the Radio from Hell logo on it. So you will win those to play Beat Gina, Dolph Lundgren trivia.
Okay.
It's his birthday. 877-602-9696 is the number to call to play Beat Gina. You can line up now if you'd like. Prime IV hydration.
Listen, recently some people told me about this. I've heard about this IV hydration before, but I didn't know we had some here in the area. Well, down in Provo, there is Prime IV Hydration and Wellness. It's at the Riverwoods in Provo. And what it does is they hook you up to an IV, and it's all done in a very safe, clinical way. And it'll help detoxify your body. It's an IV drip. It takes about 45 minutes. You just relax. They have these massage chairs that you can be in, or you can just sleep if you want, or read, whatever you want to do. It helps fight exhaustion, fatigue, migraine headaches, and recover from sickness or hangovers. So learn more about Prime IV at the Riverwoods on Facebook. That's Prime IV Riverwoods. Or if you mention X96 when you go there, you can get VIP lounge access, pure hydration drip, only $79, the massage chair, all of that stuff. So go to Facebook and Prime IV Riverwoods.
Time once again for one of our new regular features. It's called
Hello, Sailor Boy!
I have sailor mail from Festus, who's at boot camp at the Recruit Training Command in Great Lakes, Illinois. It says,
Festus is Gina's son, ladies and gentlemen. Most of you know that, but it doesn't help to reset.
"Hey, Mama, 19 days till graduation. I've been a lot busier the last few days, and being busy makes it more bearable living with 90 18 to 25-year-old males. It's usually hard enough just living with myself. We passed our bunk makeup and personnel inspections almost flawlessly and are currently at the top of our training group."
Now wait, so they inspect their bunk, they inspect their makeup, and they have training sessions. I didn't know they wore makeup.
Apparently.
The camouflage makeup, you know.
Our drill or marching inspection is in 2 days, so we've been marching for at least 2 hours a day to practice for the coming week. Next week, we're going to do guns. You know how much I love guns. USA, USA. And the week after that, firefighting training. We're pretty much on our way to being the cat's pajamas, but like in a cool military way. Last night for dinner, we had pulled pork and potatoes, too, so you could say it could be worse. Yeah. By the way, I think Pulled Pork and Pistols should be the next Clint Eastwood movie, probably if he hasn't died already. Has he? I want to know everyone who's died since I've been here. I missed the news. I really went from 0 to 100 knowing everything that was going on, coming here and knowing diddly squat. So give me the headlines. By the way, I appreciate the friends of the program that have sent me letters telling me what's going on, too. I love you so much, and I can't wait to see you when I get out. And the mountains. I also want to see the mountains. Sorry if you haven't gotten my letters. The Navy's mid-pandemic postal service is not up to par, but I'm getting more of them recently. P.S. I know my handwriting is atrocious, but really, who is expecting any more than that? Love, Festus. I also got a message from his wife yesterday who said, has Festus called you today? No, I haven't talked to him. He hasn't called me the whole time he's been gone. He gets a few phone calls, and they always go to his wife.
Mm-hmm. How long has he been gone now?
He left on July 26th.
Okay.
So, I said, no, he didn't call me today. Why? Is anything wrong? And she said, well, I was driving, and I missed his call, and I'm wondering if he called you instead. I said, no, I didn't hear from him. Let me know, because they have scheduled calls, so you're close to your phone when it's supposed to happen. And she texted me a little while later, and she said, well, he was supposed to get a long phone call for me, but someone in his division thought it'd be funny to put shaving cream in somebody else's boot, and so the whole division didn't get their phone calls.
Oh,
really?
Those swabbies, those jacktars.
Really? This far in, we're still doing stuff like...
That's what you do when you sail the 7 seas.
So, they punished the entire unit?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because one guy?
Yes.
Yes, because you are supposed to be as one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be that one guy.
So
I
can you
saw
imagine?
Full Metal Jacket. I know how they take it out on you, you know?
Can you imagine saying, I get to call my wife, I haven't talked to my wife in a week, and I get a 5-minute window of a phone call, and they take it away from me because some jerk in my division decides to fill a boot with shaving cream.
I saw what happened.
the Navy for you.
I saw what happened to Vincent D'Onofrio in Full Metal Jacket. The socks with soap in them, you know.
Yeah.
They hold him down, and I don't want to be that guy.
No.
Well, don't join, and don't put cream in anybody's boot.
No.
Well.
But I want to thank friends of the program again. I got lots of letters for Festus that I've been printing off and sending to him, and yes, he appreciates the news, as he keeps saying. It would be hard, like for us, we do this every day, and we are very involved in the news. Can you imagine being? I know Carrie tries to go on blackout sometimes, but can you imagine being not even having access to the news if you wanted it? Like you have no idea.
It would be delightful.
You think so, but it would drive me crazy.
Well, it's like I said, it's because of what I do for a living that I'm paying attention to things. If I was not doing what I do for, this radio show and Geek Show podcast, I wouldn't pay attention to most of that stuff.
Yeah, I would let a lot of stuff slide.
I think I would just let it all go, you know?
But I had to write him a letter and tell him Chadwick Boseman died.
Oh, you didn't know about that?
You had to?
Well, no, that's what he wants to know. He's like, I need to know who died. Tell me who died.
Stop. He thinks he wants to know that. Keep it from him. Hide the ugly truth. How's he going to go on now that he knows that Chadwick Boseman is gone?
And Wilford Brimley. I told him about Wilford Brimley.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, that one was okay.
Yeah.
Well, this has been
Hello, Sailor Boy!
on X96.
So if you have a son in the Navy and would like us to read his letters on the air, please send them to radiofromhell@x96.com. It's time for the most political game show on the radio today. Yes, it's Beat Gina, a daily polemic on the absolute tyranny of the class system we live in. And Beat Gina has trivia, too. Today, it's about Dolph Lundgren. He wasn't born in America, you know.
Oh.
I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola. Yodelay-hee-hoo. Swiss Miss Instant Cocoa. What's the best way to start your day? Well, give a little yodel, because Swiss Miss has lots of rich chocolatey cocoa already in it. So all you have to do is add hot water and give a little yodel. And if you need a warm-up from cold, wintry weather, give that little yodel for Swiss Miss Instant Cocoa with mini marshmallows. And now, let's give a big yodel for the man who can warm up a room even better than a cup of cocoa.
Wow.
Carrie Jackson.
Yodelay-hee-hoo.
Thank you, Johnny Ola.
Yodelay-hee-hoo.
All right, the randomizer has chosen a contestant. Gina, you'll be going up against Dee today.
Hello, Dee.
Dee.
Hi.
All right, Dee, we're going to use the coin toss app to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails, Dee?
Heads.
All right, coin toss app says heads.
Okay, Dee gets to go first. Dee is one step closer to winning those limited edition pint glasses from Squatters.
Now that's if you beat Gina at Dolph Lundgren trivia. But if she beats you, what are you prepared to do in her name?
A donation to the road home.
Excellent. All right. Dolph Lundgren's, I will say his name correctly. Dolph Lundgren's.
It is kind of hard.
Birthday today, so we chose Dolph Lundgren trivia for the game today. All right, first question for Dee. Dee, during the filming of the final fight scene in Rocky IV, Dolph punched Stallone so hard that what? Is it 1, Stallone started fighting back, causing production issues until the finish? 2, Dolph punched Stallone so hard that Stallone actually went to the hospital due to a swollen heart. 3, he hit Stallone so hard that Mitt Romney wanted to give him Obamacare. Or 4, he hit Stallone so hard that when he farts, it whistles.
Whoa.
That's hard.
I don't know. I was a baby when Rocky was out. I will guess number 1.
Number 1? Stallone started fighting back, causing production delay issues? No, I'm terribly sorry.
Gina, a chance to steal here.
Was it number 2?
Number 2, Stallone went to the hospital due to a swollen heart.
There you go. 1 point for Gina. And unfortunately for you, Dee, Gina controls the question.
Gina.
Yes.
Dolph Lundgren turned down the role in Gladiator.
Okay.
According to him, why did he turn down the role?
Okay.
Was it 1, he said it was a ripoff of Spartacus?
Mm-hmm.
He said 2, the movie employs depression as a substitute for personality and believes that if the characters are bitter and morose enough, we won't notice how dull they are. 3, he can't remember. 4, he said of the script, imagine that in the 1980s, Ronald Reagan felt so threatened by Hulk Hogan's immense popularity that Reagan chose to wrestle him for the presidency. Then imagine that everyone, including the judicial and legislative branches of government, decided, that's okay, legally binding way to transfer the highest office in the country. Oh, and then Hogan won the match, took control of America, because Maximus wins the fight and commands that Rome be turned into a republic again.
I told you this was political.
I'm guessing it's 1.
He said it was a ripoff of Spartacus? No.
No.
Terribly sorry.
Dee, now you have a chance to tie the game with this steal.
He can't remember.
Exactly. He can't remember why he turned it. He doesn't remember why he turned it down.
He's made over 80 movies.
That's true.
He's he's been hit in the head a lot. All right, Dee, you control the question. This is a chance for you to go ahead.
Well, okay. Dee, Dolph Lundgren is in the disputed first Marvel Comics movie. What movie was it, and what was his role? Was it 1, Leather Boy in The Unbeatable Squirrel Girl? 2, Frank Castle in The Punisher? 3, Ivan Vanko in Iron Man? Or 4, the evil Dr. Bong in Howard the Duck?
Is it The Punisher?
It is the
Punisher. Yes. You have 2 points, D. Gina, you now have the question. You could tie the game.
All right.
It's not a good Punisher movie. It's just not. Gina.
Yes.
Because of his knowledge of chemistry,
okay,
what does Dolph enjoy doing?
Okay.
Is it 1, mixing his own drinks? 2, hopping in a van with Walter White to help him earn that much-needed money for his family? 3, inventing a chemical laser that he used to pop massive amounts of popcorn? Or 4, creating subatomic particles to make boxing gloves more dense?
Is it 1?
Mixing his own drinks.
Yes, there you go. Gina, you've tied the game, but D, you control the question. You could win with this point.
D?
All right.
In 2009, 3 intruders broke into his home in Spain, but they fled after they broke in. Why did they flee? Is it 1, Dolph Lundgren beat the snot out of them? Was it 2, Ivan Drago's boxer entrance music echoes through the house when the home alarm goes off? 3, they saw a family photo with Dolph Lundgren in the photo? 4, the police showed up in a respectable amount of time and scared the intruders away?
Is it a family photo?
Family photo.
Well, you win the game, D. Nicely done. Very well done. Congratulations.
You're sweating a
You
little.
beat me, D.
Thank you.
Fair and square, too.
I'll say. So you win those pint glasses. Hang on the line, and we'll tell you how to get those. Congratulations.
Listen,
you.
I've got to get out of here. I've got a hot date with a Swiss Miss.
All right, Big Boy News and Opinioendo now. Brought to you by...
The Downtown Winter Farmers Market opens November 12th and runs Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Gateway, featuring produce, meat, eggs, dairy, baked goods, sauces, and more. Apply to be a vendor at slcfarmersmarket.org.
You said sauces?
There are it doesn't say how many sauces.
They have sauces?
But they have sauces.
Brad Pitt, I don't know. I like him more every time I hear things about him. He has retained his status, of course, as the most iconic Hollywood star for decades.
Sure.
While trying to move away from the reductive sex symbol label, Pitt has delivered stellar performances in a lot of films that people love. Fight Club, The Tree of Life, many others.
Inglourious Bastards.
Yes. Pitt has recently been associated with some high-profile projects like Bullet Train, Babylon. He's hinted at maybe retiring. When asked about his decision to distance himself from acting roles, Pitt revealed that he plans to focus on producing instead of acting. Now, throughout his career, he's been compared to other Hollywood icons like James Dean, but he says he doesn't really like those kind of comparisons. He said, I know very few men to look up to, and I'm certainly not one of them. That's why I appreciate older films, because they show a man standing up for his principles, like Robert Redford. He portrayed the kind of man I wanted to be, and the kind of man women wanted men to be.
There you go.
Now, asked about his favorite actor of all time, though, he said, well, it's somebody that I consider to be the most beautiful woman on the screen. According to Pitt, Diane Wiest proved that it was possible to be beautiful without being rashly dismissed as a sex symbol by fans and critics. When asked about his opinions on the relationship between beauty and his profession, he said, when you see a person, do you just concentrate on their looks? That's just a first impression. Then there's someone who doesn't catch your eye immediately, but you talk to them and you go, hey, this is the most beautiful person in the world. And if you think about Diane Wiest, she's really versatile, and she's unique looking, and she's not the standard of beauty, but she really is beautiful, I think. She has those really unusual hooded eyes. So anyway, Brad Pitt, I think I love him. A Vernal man has been charged with trying to set his girlfriend on fire.
Yikes.
Sounds like Vernal.
Elton Lynn Wilcock.
Elton Lynn?
Charged in 8th District Court with attempted aggravated murder, first-degree felony. On Friday, police say Mr. Wilcock's girlfriend started to receive threatening text messages from him. Wilcock and the woman lived together but had gotten into an argument. that became physical, and the woman left to stay at a hotel on Main Street, according to police. The woman told police that on Friday, Mr. Wilcock began texting and threatening her by calling her names and threatening to kill her. It appeared that the sole intent of his messages was to intimidate, abuse, threaten, harass, and frighten her. One of the text messages said, "If you could only understand how close we are to dying tonight."
Oh, wow.
That's good, huh?
Yeah.
He then violently attacked her. He threw gasoline on her, and he had some matches. He was trying to burn me, she said. He had a lighter, but she was able to kind of fend him off, and he never got the gasoline lit, and she managed to make her escape. And a Spanish fork man has been accused of lighting fires at several fires at a Provo apartment complex, allegedly with the hope of collecting insurance money. Gabriel Bailey Hamilton, charged Tuesday in 4th District Court with aggravated arson, among other things. Two separate but nearly simultaneous fires were started at the University Park Apartments in Provo, according to charging documents. One fire was started in a utility closet in the unit where Hamilton lives, and the other was the laundry room of the complex. The fire in the utility closet had been set to burn directly beneath a propane line. Outside the utility closet, investigators found diesel fuel on the floor. Firefighters were able to extinguish the flames in the closet before it reached the fuel box. So, about 10 days later, Hamilton and another man returned to the apartment. He was evicted. He returned to the apartment and tried to set more fires. I don't know how he felt he could collect insurance money if he's. I don't know. A Layton family is hoping for the return of a special bowl.
Bowl?
Yes, that they set on their porch for trick-or-treaters.
Oh.
They say it was stolen. Now, it wasn't enough of a theft, they thought, to report to the police, but the bowl is priceless to the family. And now, so nobody should have stolen this bowl, but if it's priceless to you, if it has that much sentiment, why would you put it out on the porch full of Halloween candy?
Exactly.
Halloween night, Tuesday night, Sadie, 4 years old, was bouncing off the walls. I know these are details we don't need. The bowl was a large metal bin. It was very unique looking, like a farm bucket with some wooden handles and Halloween decorations on it, like cats and witches and things.
So someone just grabbed the whole thing.
Yeah. Just took it, the whole bucket.
This is why you need a Ring camera.
It didn't stop it happening at my house.
They have one. They have one. It shows people
okay.
It shows people taking it.
I've got video of the woman just taking all the candy and putting it in her bag. At least she left my pumpkin.
Have you tried to identify her?
No.
So the Utah cookie wars grind on.
Oh boy.
But there's Crumble, there's Chip, there's Crave, there's Dirty Dough, Ruby Snap, and all that. But one company is banking on a special shaped alternative: cinnamon rolls. Wanasin, a cinnamon roll bakery, opened its first location in Riverton at the Mountain View Village, right next to a chip store, a cookie store. Anybody trying to copy Wanasin's model may have a tough time, said the owner. The problem is no one has figured out how to make a scratch-made, artisan, high-quality gourmet roll like we do.
Well, I must try this.
Have they not heard of Cinnabon?
Apparently not.
Okay, apparently they have not heard of Cinnabon.
And I do homemade cinnamon rolls that I haven't made them for a while, but they're pretty damn good.
You probably put nuts and raisins in them, though.
No, I don't. I don't.
Oh, come on!
I like raisins in a cinnamon roll, but
I candied walnuts in them. I like that.
But I don't.
Roll should just be a cinnamon roll.
I don't put them in there. But
I should be warned of nuts and raisins.
Let's try their cinnamon rolls and see what's up. Weather, traffic.
So we've still got some snow possible today and rain in places. It looks like we could accumulate a half inch or so in some places, and colder today, 43. Overnight low tonight, 24. Really cold overnight, which means the roads are still wet. You could have some issues driving tomorrow. Looks like our next chance of a storm is Friday night into Saturday, and that continues through the weekend. Traffic, we have a crash. I-15 northbound approaching 53rd South exit in Murray. Delays stretch back to Midvale. Crash I-215 northbound near the ramps of the 201 freeway. Incident management is on the scene and directing traffic with one of those electronic arrows telling you to get over to the left. And still some issues down in Utah County due to a couple of accidents around American Fork. Let me check our message stream. Oh, yes. Someone says, Gina, can you please remind people to turn on their car lights? Yes, please. When the weather's bad, especially having your car lights on is important. And if you accumulated any snow on top of your car overnight last night, make sure you brush that off so your visibility is clear. Cold, flu, and COVID season is here. Boost your immunity now with Prime IV Riverwoods. Get a hydration drip, oxygen therapy, and a B12 drip for just $79 introductory offer. Learn more on Facebook at Prime IV Riverwoods.
The chat room found the menu for the cinnamon bun.
Oh,
place.
yes.
Yeah.
And I'm looking.
They have
And
all
it
kinds.
Looks pretty good.
They have specialties like raspberry, orange, and amaretto cinnamon rolls. This month, the special flavor is cranberry cinnamon roll. Sounds good.
Yeah. No locations close to me, though. That's the only problem.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, and these look like little individual ones. I get it.
There you go, Gina. See? Eat them in secret under the overpass. All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Frank Christ presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine. Coming up. Stand by for all of that. Wendy's for breakfast. It's just, your breakfast at home is just not. Anyway, question, because I make fun of the people with the oatmeal. You know what? The apples and cinnamon flavor, are those actually apples in those?
What?
I don't think they are.
I don't know. I don't know.
They don't seem like. Anyway,
I don't.
But it's just sad. You're making breakfast at home, and it's sad. That's my point. The drive-thru at Wendy's, hit it on the way to work, court, or wherever it is you're heading. The $3 breakfast deal. This is a limited time only at participating Wendy's during breakfast hours, not valid in a combo, single item at regular price. The $3 breakfast deal, you choose between the bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant sandwich or the sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant sandwich. That's my favorite. You'll get the small seasoned potatoes with them for just $3. The potatoes are those hot and crispy potatoes. They're just delicious. You're going to love them. Oven-baked bacon, savory sausage, fresh cracked egg, and you got the cheese on there just to make it absolutely perfect. The $3 breakfast deal, better than anything that you will make before you go to work. Just hit the drive-thru at Wendy's.
Gina's back. So anyway, so anyway,
Carrie walked in and he said, "You're walking like some of your."
You're walking like somebody who had their guts ripped out.
You're walking like your insides are all wrong.
Because she was doing this.
Yeah.
And I started to tell Carrie, and then I said, "Wait, I'll tell you on the radio." What you should never do is go on message boards about surgery.
You should never go on message boards about anything. I don't care if it's the Incredible Hulk or surgery.
Well,
you just don't.
You know what you should do?
Yeah.
But you're curious, you want to hear what other people's experiences are and what their recovery is. And
what happened?
And, well, before the surgery, I went on a message board and somebody was asking the question, well, what fills in the hole where they take out what they take out? And
there's a hole there.
Well, the response was.
Well, now
the response was
the uterus is what we're talking about.
Yes.
And Gina's uterus weighed 43 pounds, which is
amazing.
It was the size of a medicine ball.
It was prize winning.
I'm a size 2 now but they remove it, and the way the person in the message board explained it is, well, it's picture just having a big bowl of spaghetti and just taking a big scoop out of the bowl of spaghetti. It just kind of fills in where the hole is.
But that just takes a second.
Like spaghetti.
Kind of goopy.
You just watch the spaghetti fill in. It just takes a second.
Like spaghetti.
So this is what I'm picturing my insides are like, a big bowl of
spaghetti. Well, they're very much like that. Yeah. You know, surgeons train on spaghetti. Yeah, you didn't know that?
They do meatball.
They do. Delicious marinara sauce.
They do. That's why there's so many fat doctors.
And then they all have lunch. Well, we've trained on the spaghetti. Let's eat it.
Yeah.
This is what I'm picturing when they're wheeling me into surgery.
And you know what they did with your uterus?
Lunch.
Yeah.
Spaghetti.
There's lunch. Who brought the marinara?
And so also on the message board you look at, what's recovery like for this?
Well, I'm sure it's different for everyone.
Exactly.
And
no, I'm sure it's speedy and efficient.
It's different for everyone, but the worst one will be
on the message
what
board.
Gina has.
Well, I mean, it can't be the worst because I'm back to work now.
There will be people. There have to be people on the message boards who say, "Oh, I was cleaning my house 3 days later."
Yeah, there's that.
Why, I ran a marathon.
Right. and then there's it's been 3 months and I still feel like crap. And usually the truth is somewhere in between.
Can we use the term vaginal prolapse in any? I don't know. Is that do we need to use that term?
We shouldn't.
Somebody's posted it. I don't think we should.
That's the thing that happens to the women that have 15 babies.
Oh.
And the uterus climbs out on its own.
That ain't no damn good.
That's what that is.
That's where that needs to be fixed.
But it's nice to be back. I missed you guys.
Anytime.
Yeah.
Anytime.
8:47 right now.
I have
You got
one of those.
One of them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think the word you're looking for is a list.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
This is a list of famous people who allegedly have had the most bed partners.
What do you mean allegedly?
Well, can you prove it? I mean,
I take their word for it.
Apparently Gene Simmons can prove it. He said that his now wife, Shannon Tweed, said she would only marry him if he burned all 4,800 Polaroid photos of the women he had previously slept with.
Documented it.
Oh, okay.
Documented.
Mm-hmm. Because it was important.
Mm-hmm. Lamar Odom, basketball player.
Yeah.
He said, I've been obsessed with sex for as long as I can remember. I've had sex with about 2,000 women, adding, it wasn't a big deal. Often I would pay them. He was a frequent attendee of the...
Oh, he almost died at the bunny ranch there. Yeah.
That's right.
Not just men on this list.
What about Will Chamberlain, though? Is he on it?
Just let me do the list.
Oh, okay.
Jennifer Coolidge.
Huh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Well...
She said her role as Stifler's mom in American Pie.
Oh, well, yeah, that would...
That's right, I heard her say this, yeah.
Made her attractive, or re-attractive, maybe, to, she said, like 200 different people she slept with, she said, because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Nicholson's a little fuzzy on the numbers.
Yeah.
He's reportedly claimed to have had sex with at least 2,000 women.
Yeah, but he had sex with Laura Flynn Boyle, so that negates it all.
Oh.
Here's kind of a surprising one. John Oates.
As in Daryl Hall-Land?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He says he's lost track of how many women he slept with during the height of the 70s and 80s. He said, I'm sure it must be the thousands. He said, if you weren't a rock star during that time, there's no way you can comprehend what it was like.
Yeah.
Charlie Sheen.
Oh, yeah.
Who has AIDS, by the way. But
oh, he does?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
2.5 Men star reportedly claimed he had slept with 5,000 women, But he said it's hard to keep track because sometimes they were threesomes. So is that like an encounter or a? Do you count the people or the event?
No, you count the people. You count the people.
Now this one I don't get. Tom Jones,
who's
been married to the same woman who he adores apparently.
Yeah.
Since he was 16, his one true love, he says. But he slept with 300 women.
He's on the road a lot, and they throw their panties on stage.
They have an agreement?
He's just been touring, and his hip is so bad he sits down through the entire show. He says I can't really walk.
But what you go to Tom Jones for the shimmying and there's no shimmying?
No, you go to Tom Jones because he has an incredible voice.
The greatest Tom Jones moment, I still maintain, is the very last shot of Mars Attacks.
You just watched this.
We just watched it recently, and it's the very last shot of Mars Attacks when most of the humans have been destroyed and the Martians are dead, and it's up to Tom Jones to repopulate the Earth, and he's standing up on a mountain, and they start playing his song, and he starts singing. He holds his arm out, and a bald eagle lands on his arm as he's singing. It's not unusual.
Here's your Wilt Chamberlain, Bill.
Mm-hmm.
In his memoir, he says, that's correct. I've slept with 20,000 different ladies.
He'd have to be doing it like every minute of every day.
He said, at my age, it equals out to about 1.5 women a day, every day, since I was 15 years old.
1.5.
1.5 a day.
Mick Jagger.
Yeah.
Estimates about 4,000 women, saying it's probably a low estimate. It's also interesting to note that he was afraid he had a sex addiction, so he went to a sex therapist who he ended up having an affair with because he's Mick Jagger.
Well, yeah. Hi, Mick.
Yes, I wasn't told about my sex addiction.
You here for therapy, Mick?
I was wondering if you could help me.
Sure. Just lay down on the couch,
Well,
Mick.
I don't think this is what I meant by, oh, well.
No, I'll help you because you won't want to have anybody else after me. Where are you going?
This one I'm surprised by. Ric Flair.
Nature Boy?
Retired professional wrestler says he slept with 10,000 women. Although that all ended when he met his lovely wife, Wendy. But 10,000?
I just can't fathom. Although maybe I have. I don't know.
Janice Dickinson? She's a supermodel?
Yeah, from Price is Right.
No.
No, she was...
was she one of the models?
She was on a reality show.
No, she's the world's first supermodel, they call her. 1,000 men, she claims. Dennis Rodman? 2,000 women?
Yeah.
He's like about 500 of them were gold diggers. There's no gold there with Dennis Rodman.
No, he's broke. He's been begging for money.
Adam West.
Yes. I didn't need any rubber muscles on my suit. It's all pure West.
He claimed he had sex every night with up to 8 different women.
Every night.
There's a book now that Robin wrote, that Burt Ward wrote, and he corroborates all this.
Really?
Because he was also in on all that. At the height of the Batman, that was the biggest thing in the country.
Really?
At the time.
Holy prophylactic, Batman.
Like a good 2-3 years, it was the biggest thing on the planet at the time.
Russell Brand?
He's a cult leader now.
Yeah. Oh, he's
what?
Yeah, he's gotten really weird.
He started a cult.
Really weird. Yeah. He claims about 1,000 women. That's probably... Hugh Hefner says, how could I possibly know? That was his answer to that question. Well. This one I'm shocked by. And you probably
You're
don't
not shocked
know,
by the others?
You probably don't know this guy's name. I mean, you guys do, but Mick Hucknall.
Oh, he's Simply Red.
The lead singer of Simply
Not
Red.
an attractive person.
Not really.
He said his fame in the 80s brought a huge wave of bed partners. He said, I would sleep with about 3 women a day, every day during this time. I never said no, probably ended up being about 3,000 women. But if I'm saying his name and you don't know who he is, look up a picture of Mick Hucknall and you'll be like,
Or
really?
look up Simply Red.
Yeah. Fidel Castro.
Well,
Castro?
Former president of Cuba allegedly slept with 2 women a day, one after lunch and one after dinner.
Wow.
Different women.
Sort of an aperitif.
Every day. Thousands of women?
Thousands of women?
I don't, it seems to me that it'd be almost impossible that.
I mean,
it's a great song.
I love this song.
He's got a great voice. But he ain't attractive.
Simon Cowell reportedly claims to have slept with 2,000 women, including 2 per night during his peak years.
And one of them was always awful.
And if you took all of these women and laid them back to back, they would reach the moon.
Rod Stewart.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Who also says, I couldn't possibly tell you
how many.
How many.
All right.
Finally, this.
That would be my answer.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Of course.
Thousands.
Because he's Leo.
1,000?
Yep. Easily.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
I don't see how you keep count. I mean...
You have an assistant.
I don't, it's like...
You have a diary.
I guess.
Dear diary.
Tick marks,
Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash southbound I-15 approaching 26 South and Woods Cross. It's a little hard to get by. The HOV left lane and shoulder blocked. Traffic is backed up well into Bountiful. Crash I-15 northbound approaching 53rd South exit Murray. Highway patrols moving it from the center lanes over to the right, and delays stretch all the way back to Midvale. And let me see if we've got anything else going on. It looks like that's about it. You can always text us what you're seeing out there. 33986. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes? Multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
Frank Christ presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine. If you know your dead or alive celebrities, you're going to win this game easily. So call 877-602-9696. Get ready to play. What is our prize today?
A family 4-pack to the Tracy Aviary.
All right. Take us to the Tracy Aviary. Frank Christ presents 877-602-9696 is the number to call to play. They're fine. They're just fine. Randlife.com/X96.
Well, it's they raised the Fed raised the interest rate yesterday.
Yep.
Again, like what is it, 0.75% or something?
Mm-hmm.
But that's going to affect mortgage rates. How much? How? Well, Rand Life, local mortgage company, can tell you and can help you get the best deal possible. Randlife.com/X96. Go there today and learn more about all of this that's happening right now. Speak to an expert about your situation. It's the perfect time to start your real estate journey. It really is a good time to do it, believe it or not, even though the rate seems to be creeping up a little bit. So one thing Rand Life can talk to you about is if you're a first-time home buyer, they have loans that you don't have to put any money down, 100% financing. They can explain all of that to you. They have whole line of different kind of mortgage products. Go to randlife.com/X96 today.
Hi, I'm Todd Newcomb, Program Director of X.
Hey, listen, I have a list here I think you might find interesting.
Really?
Yeah, I do. I think it might be quite instructive.
Okay. What's it about?
It's the top 10 baby name trends for 2023.
Well, it won't help me, but maybe it'll help someone.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
So this organization tries to predict what the trends will be when people name babies. And so they have a list of 10 baby name trends that will influence parents' choices in 2023. The name of this company or group is called Nameberry, and their baby name expert is Sophie Kim. She said, "We consider the newest names that have appeared on the charts, along with names being used by celebrities and other tastemakers who are often ahead of the curve on baby name trends."
So it's like baby name trends, like there were a lot of Logans.
After Wolverine?
Yeah, when the X-Men movies came out, and then there were Anakins.
Yeah. So, I'll just get right into them. Here are the categories.
Okay.
This first one, I don't get why they call it this exactly, but it's the maximalist names. Maximalist names. Parents in 2023 will lean into extravagance and drama, taking inspiration from old myths, pop culture hits like Bridgerton and The Witcher, and trending maximalist aesthetics like dark academia and Regenicor. Here are the names that they think will come from that.
Okay.
Amadeus.
No, don't
do that.
Ambrosia.
No.
Cassiopeia.
No.
Persephone, Valerian, and Wolfgang. Category 2.
That's a lot of heavy lifting for a kid
Yeah.
with those names.
Category 2, names that are so out they're in.
Okay.
Just as Stranger Things catapulted Kate Bush's song Running Up That Hill back to the top of the charts, the Netflix show might have a similar impact on baby naming.
Okay.
So look out for retro names like Blaine, Chrissy, Dallas, Ferris, Marty, and Penny.
Marty?
Mm-hmm. And my sister's name is Penny.
Hmm.
Gilded names.
Gilded.
These are names with a bright feel, whether a direct nod to the metal gold, or maybe it's just sunny, but they're going to be gold names, maybe influenced by Harry Styles' hit song Golden.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But here we go, gold names: Apollo, Golden, and there are
Golden.
Goldens.
I mean,
Golden's
those
a
are
Utah
Mormon,
name.
That's
Mormon
a
names.
very Utah Mormon
Yeah.
name.
Lucian,
Lucian. I kind of like that.
Lux, Marigold, and Soleil.
Soleil?
Soleil.
Like Soleil Moon Fry?
Like Band de
Sun.
Soleil.
It means
Mhm.
sun.
Neo-cowboy names.
Okay.
Woody?
Because of sci-fi western Outer Range, other Yellowstone, so cowboy names. Yeah.
All right.
Some examples would be Abbott,
Abbott.
Boone,
Don't do Boone.
Dutton,
Dutton.
For Yellowstone.
yeah,
Yeah.
Foster, Hawkins, and Wilder. Traveling light names. I don't know what that.
Yeah.
Are they short?
Yeah. Yep. That's it.
Okay.
It's interest. There are interest in short names ending with a vowel or an I. Ending with an I.
Okay.
So names would include Esty, E-S-T-I,
Yeah.
Callie or Kaylee. These all end in I.
Mm-hmm.
Lenny, Mary with an I, Nori, that's a Hobbit name, and Raffi.
Raffi?
Yeah.
Raffi. That's not.
He's that children's singer.
And if you end some of those with an I, like Mary, your kid's going to hate you because they're going to be spelling their name every day, 3 times a day.
Extra names. The letter X is a common factor in picking many names, the rising names on nameberry lists. Names with X endings or X in the middle.
That's what the Angelina and Brad Pitt's kids are. They're all X names.
Yeah. There's Bronx. Don't name your kid Bronx. Felix. That's all right. Huxley. Oh, Huxley.
Huxley.
Bring Daddy's slippers. Maxine. It's kind of an old-fashioned name. Yeah. Rex and Xenia. Adjective names. A lot of those are descriptive names like colors and so forth. Bright. Epic, loyal.
Wait a minute. You're naming your kid Epic? That's just saddling that kid with way too
much. Now, what if so it's Epic, but what if it was Epoch? E-P-O-C.
Epoch.
Loyal, lucky.
Again.
Sincere.
Sincere?
And true.
Oh, please don't name your kid Sincere.
You might be able to get away with true.
True is fine, but, sincere, that's...
Grandpa names for girls.
Okay.
August, Frankie. These are...
I like these.
Georgie.
I like these.
Lou.
All these are good.
Ozzy.
All these are good.
And Rudy
for
girls.
I like all those.
Rudy.
Okay.
Somebody says, I'm a teacher. I already have several of these. Wolfgang is my favorite. He's adorable.
And now I don't know why blue-green names, but it says blue-green names. People, parents take inspiration
like
from
Azul?
nature.
Like
okay.
Caspian.
Yeah, these are all,
Cyan.
Yeah, these are colors.
Yeah, emerald, forest, moss, and sage. And finally, mix and match names. These are names that there's a name, but then you add Lynn or Lay or Sin. So, Bowden, Bowen, Emberly.
That's a Utah name.
Yeah. Killarney, Romer, and Renly. None of those.
Mostly I like the grandpa names.
Yeah. And my wife points out nori is bad.
Yeah,
because that's seaweed.
Yes, and it's also the name of in that new Hobbit thing on Prime. It's one of the characters. Yeah, I like the blue-green names. Forest, Emerald. There are no flower names, are there?
Flowers are out.
See, I always like flower names for girls. I always think I like those.
There's plenty of lilies.
Yeah, there are.
Plenty.
There aren't many roses anymore.
No. You don't encounter a rose.
Not rose, and you certainly, I don't know if I've ever met a petunia.
I don't know if I've ever met a petunia.
I don't think I've met one.
There you go.
Enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Dash on there?
No, I didn't see Dash.
Dash O Pepper?
No.
That's my name.
Time once again. Frank Christ has entered the studio. He's just, Frank, it's kind of disquieting, too, when you just sort of magically appear in the studio.
We know you're coming, but it's a little bit of a,
There he is on his scooter right in the middle of the studio.
I tried wearing a little bell around my neck.
Well, don't you sneak up on people, though, like when you have to?
Sometimes I have to, and that's the problem. I wore the bell for the... Tried to do my job, and they ran away. I got in trouble. So
it's kind of creepy that you just hover there, sitting on your scooter.
Well,
can't you put it down on the ground?
Use the kickstand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you don't have to. You can hover if you want. Frank is our celebrity reaper. He doesn't kill celebrities. He loves them.
No.
But it's his job. It's to go
You're
around.
more of an escort, really.
I take them.
You're an escort.
Well, yes. It's kind of like when the trash men come around and take things to the dump. He's.
Well, I'd like to. I don't know if I like that analogy.
That's not. Yeah, well, Frank, I was looking at the lineup for the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade. And I was wondering. I was hoping that maybe you would have a balloon. The Celebrity Reaper Frank Chris balloon in the Macy's Parade, but I don't see that you are.
The Home Office has lobbied many, many years to be in the parade, and the Macy's people are just so obstinate.
They put the damn Pillsbury Doughboy in there.
That's my point.
I know. Well,
I try to be in your parade, your 24th of July parade here.
Yes. Well, they're very strict.
Sure, they'll let the Kentucky Fried Chicken bucket float in, but
yeah.
Not the Reaper float.
Not the Reaper float. Well, and the Reaper float is unique because it actually floats.
Yes.
Which I think is great. Frank is here because we're going to play a game. It's called Frank Chris Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
They're fine. They're just fine. We have a list of notable people here. People who are outstanding in their field. And there are 4 of them. And of the 4, 3 of them are...
Oh, they're fine. I've never met them.
Yeah, they're just fine. One of them, however, has gone to the great beyond, has been taken away by Frank. and it is the contestant's job to determine which one that is. What prize do we have today, Gina?
We have a family 4-pack of tickets to Tracy Aviary.
And who will be playing for that prize?
Kyle is who will be playing.
Hi, Kyle. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm just fine.
Oh, with the sigh, though.
Perfect. That's
I know how you feel, Kyle.
All right, Kyle. Here we go. I have a list here of 4 famous prima ballerinas. Prima ballerinas, the star ballerinas of each company. And one of them is no longer with us. Here they are. Number 1 is Julie Kent. Made her career as principal dancer with the American Ballet Theater, also the artistic director of the Washington Ballet Theater, also the only American to ever win a medal at the Prix de Leçon, which is a big ballet competition. Number 1, Julie Kent. Number 2, Natalia Makarova, Russian prima ballerina and choreographer. The history of dance says that her performances set standards of artistry and aristocracy of dance which mark her as the finest ballerina of her generation. Number 2, Natalia Makarova. Number 3, Gelsey Kirkland. Kirkland joined the New York City Ballet at age 15 at the invitation of the founder of that ballet, George Balanchine. She went on to create leading roles in many of the great 20th century ballets by Balanchine, Jerome Robbins, Anthony Tudor. She's most famous, though, to the general public for dancing the role of Clara in Baryshnikov's televised production of The Nutcracker. And number 4, Anna Pavlova. She was the principal artist of the Imperial Russian Ballet. Pavlova, most recognized for her creation of the role of the Dying Swan. She also has a dessert named after her. A pavlova, a dessert of New Zealand or Australia, the nationality of its creator. They argue, the two countries argue about who really created the pavlova dessert. It's kind of a meringue sponge cake with it's very delicious.
I want a dessert named after.
Yeah. Number 4, the pavlova, will become a prima ballerina and maybe
a Barbary bagel?
Yeah. Well,
so there you are. There are the 4. Who is no longer with us?
Got to do a wild guess here on number 2.
Natalia Makarova? No, I'm terribly sorry. She's still alive. The Russian prima ballerina is 81.
You shouldn't be terribly sorry that she's still alive. Maybe that's not the right way to put that.
I'm
terribly sorry she's still alive.
Well, I am, because I am terribly sorry she's still alive, because it means that our contestant doesn't. Well, I'll give you another chance.
One more chance for Kyle.
Okay, Kyle, here we go. I'm going to give you another chance. Listen carefully to these names. Julie Kent, Kirkland, or Anna Pavlova.
I'm going to have to go number 4, the dessert.
Anna Pavlova, you're correct. She's been dead long time. She died in 1931.
She died in 31?
Yes.
That was before I even became a Reaper.
She was quite young when she died, 49 years old. She was the first prima ballerina to do a world tour and just wowed audiences wherever she went.
Wow.
But yeah, she's no longer with us. Anna Pavlova. Well, you got it on the second try, so okay, we'll give you the prize, Kyle. Okay?
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Hang on the line. Somebody will tell you how to get your prize. Let's see. Gelsey Kirkland is only 69. She retired. And Julie Kent is also retired. She was 53.
A lot of Russian ballerinas.
Yeah.
A lot of Russians.
There are 2 Russians on the list, and I think Kent and I know Gelsey Kirkland's American. I think Julie Kent is American as well. Oh, there you go.
Well, all right. I've got to go. Has anyone seen Shadow Stevens?
He's
a radio host.
Radio guy.
Yeah, that's okay.
He's a fellow 75 today.
Yeah, well, there you go.
How about Lulu?
Oh, no, I've got a brand new pair of roller skates, and you've got a brand new key.
Is that who that is?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought it was To Sir With Love was Lulu. I don't know, 74.
You can ask her when you boop her.
When I boop her.
Yeah.
Was
Which
it you?
Lulu
Which one are you? Okay, which gotta go? Anna Wintour, 73. Roseanne Barr.
Oh, well.
I'm not looking forward to that ride.
Will she fit in your
Yeah, she'll
sidecar?
fit because it's a magical sidecar, but I got to listen to her all the way to hell.
Will she fit?
70. Well, goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, Lulu, where did I get the...
There could be more than one Lulu.
No, I'm not sure
The singer, Lulu?
why that song popped into my head. I just Googled Lulu, and it says athletic apparel. Lululemon.
Lululemon.
But I just Googled Lulu, and...
Lulu singer.
Yeah.
Do Lulu singer, see what happens.
Okay. Let's
Because
see.
here's why. Okay, we can answer this right now. with
Okay.
this. Here we go.
Right.
Okay.
Is that Lulu?
Hang on, let's find out.
Oh.
Because the DJ will tell us.
Oh.
Good morning. That was Melanie and brand new key, and this is your friendly neighborhood DJ Mike Motormouth Mulcahy on KROC, the Crocodile, rolling out the rock to whoever's left in whatever's left of the greater metropolitan area. The weather today is mostly lethal, so stay indoors. And by indoors, we mean underground in a secure bunker or an abandoned mine. That song was a big hit for Melanie way back in October of 1971. My, how time flies. And speaking of the passage of time, it was 5 years ago that the DNA bomb started dropping and all life on the Earth's surface came to a sudden and screeching halt. Once again, you're listening to Motormouth in the morning, and I've got the rockin' pneumonia and the boogie-woogie flu, and my doctor has prescribed regular doses of rock and roll. Open wide.
There you go.
Yeah, Lulu was To Serve with Love.
All right.
The one-named singers.
Yes. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Big boy news and opinioendo coming up. Stand by for that. Wendy's for breakfast. We're closing in on the breakfast hours for Wendy's because this $3 deal, limited time only at participating Wendy's during breakfast hours only, not valid in a combo, single item at regular price. You still have time, though. So swing by the drive-thru at Wendy's and pick this up on your way to wherever. And it's so affordable you could pick up an extra one for the person you're meeting at wherever, for whatever. The $3 breakfast deal. You can choose between the bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant or sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant sandwiches. You'll get the small seasoned potatoes in there with them for just $3. You get a little ketchup for those potatoes. I like it that way. Featuring the fresh cracked eggs, oven-baked bacon, savory sausage, hot and crispy potatoes that you don't want to put down. It's got it all, and it's only $3 because behind every great deal at Wendy's is an even greater breakfast. So limited time only, participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours. Hit the drive-thru or order on the app. Wendy.
Tonight on
Rod Decker, undercover.
Ace reporter Rod Decker goes undercover at the state capitol. What really goes on at the legislature? What are the power brokers up to? Rod knows the legislators put up a facade when they see him coming with a camera crew, and so Decker disguises himself as a schoolgirl on a field trip with Mrs. Spencer's 6th grade class.
Okay, kids, now settle down. Before we get back on the bus and go back to school, I want you to meet Governor Mike Leavitt.
Hi, kids. I hope you've enjoyed your visit to the Capitol today. Very important work takes place here. Do you have any questions? Yes, you, the tow-headed kid with the striped shirt.
What's with the car in the basement? Is that the Employee of the Month's car?
No, that's the Mormon Meteor. It was once the world speed record holder. Okay, you, the boy with the hat on backwards.
How come the Capitol has gold on the top of it? Isn't that a waste of money?
Well, Sonny, that's not gold, it's copper. Like a Duracell battery. And we have time for one more question before I have to get back to running the state. You in the back, the tall, homely girl with the pigtails and glasses.
Tell me, Governor Leavitt, will we have to spend tax money on the Olympics? How do you feel about having an official beer of the Olympic Games? What about I-15? Is it on schedule and anywhere near budget? Will tobacco be outlawed in this state?
Hold on here. You ask a lot of questions for a little girl. Say, I know you from somewhere.
I can assure you, sir, that you have never met me before. As you can see, I'm just an average 6th grade girl on a field trip.
You're Rod Decker.
No, my name is LaDonna, and what you're saying is, rather than handle some tough questions from a schoolgirl, you would prefer to make accusations about my true identity.
I knew it. You are Rod Decker. Rod, why didn't you just ask for an interview?
Well, there you have it. Politicians won't even let their guard down in front of innocent children. You can't get a straight answer from them, no matter who you are.
That's tonight on
Rod Decker, Undercover.
On the Channel 2 News at 6 and 10.
All right, 9:22, and time for Big Boy News and Opinnuendo, brought to you by.
For a limited time, Pink Floyd's classic album, The Wall, comes to life under the dome at Clark Planetarium. See the music on Fridays and Saturdays at 10:45 p.m. through November 6th. Plan your visit at clarkplanetarium.org.
I find this story to be somehow suspect.
Okay.
To be... I just don't understand how this could happen.
All right.
Lauren Graham,
Mm-hmm.
all right, lovely actress.
Yes.
Has been in a long relationship with Peter Krause.
Mm-hmm. They were in that
Parenthood. They met Parenthood in 2010, and they started dating. And they have been together for 11 years.
All right.
Now they've split up.
Oh.
And she said, we've split up because I didn't ask questions about his values. I think part of all the positives of having known each other for a really long time were there. One of the negative things was that we almost came into a relationship as people in their 40s without asking any of the questions people in their 40s should be asking. What do you value most? They've been together 11 years.
Well, and I want to know what it is.
Yeah,
what's the thing they don't agree on?
What's the value?
Said, I didn't ask him fundamental questions during the beginning of our relationship. We had such a good time together that I didn't maybe ask some fundamental questions like, what are your values and what do you envision? Well, that's pretty general,
Sounds
isn't
to
it?
me like she wanted to get married, and he was like, no, I'm never getting married.
I'm Peter Krause.
That could
Look
be.
at me.
Yeah,
Sounds
that
like
could
it's
be.
something as simple as...
It could be. She was, let's see, it says here, we couldn't stop talking. We couldn't stop talking, not about ourselves, but about the world and books and family. Well, you think that'd be
Those are values,
good enough,
right?
Yeah. Anyway, they've split up after 11 years.
Well, I mean, you've always kind of had a crush on her.
Yeah, I think she's really pretty.
Mm-hmm.
She's in Bad Santa.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, don't...
Yeah.
Yeah,
That reminds me,
I mean,
it's time to find that copy and bring it out for Christmas viewing.
Not for the family.
Not for the family, no.
Whenever King Charles III goes on global state visits, There are a few items that are always packed in his suitcase. This is according to an aide, Christopher Anderson, who's he's the royal biographer. He still travels with a childhood teddy bear. He's had it since he was a very small child. The only person who's been allowed to mend King Charles' teddy bear is his childhood nanny, Mabel Anderson, who he remains very close to.
He travels with his childhood teddy bear.
Yes,
and how old is Mabel traveling and preparing this teddy bear?
And he also brings with him a custom-made toilet seat.
Oh, like Madonna.
Charles, for his part, has not publicly revealed if the account of his teddy bear and toilet seat are correct. The royal historian, however, asserts that the king wants what he wants when he wants it, and he will even bring his personal chef to formal dinner parties at other people's homes. So you invite King Charles to a dinner party at your house, and he brings his own chef.
That could be a safety thing, though. Like
maybe that could be you're a dick.
Yeah.
And do you think he really knows if they don't change out the toilet seat? How would you really know?
It's got Charles engraved on it.
Maybe it's got
King Charles III around the, on the horseshoe shape. King Charles III. Put the royal tush on the royal seat. Ina Garten and her husband Jeffrey are still keeping things spicy.
Wow.
After 53 years of marriage.
Good for them.
In an upcoming episode of, I kind of like Ina Garten. I've watched her show here and there a couple of times, except for the fact that she's always making this for Jeffrey. Jeffrey will be home soon.
They have a lovely marriage. What's wrong with
An
that?
upcoming episode of the Drew Barrymore show. She needs to branch out. She needs to be an independent woman, not be tied to Jeffrey so much. Anyway, she said she was chatting with Drew Barrymore about her relationship with Jeffrey. And sometimes Jeffrey gets it wrong. The adorable pair who wed in 1968 have shared stories about how they kept in touch via letters during Jeffrey's, Jeffrey was in the Army.
Aww.
Barrymore referenced this when chatting with Ina and asked, he doesn't send letters now, but is it true that he sends you love texts? He does, said the barefoot Contessa. And then he said, and sometimes they've gone astray. When Barrymore asked for clarification, Ina Garten said, he has sent lovely love texts to the wrong person on occasion. What perchance do they say? Asked Drew Barrymore. Well, Ina didn't hold back. My dear friend, who also is my publicist, he sent a text to her and he meant it for me, and he said, you're going to be delicious tonight.
Ooh.
And it went to her. She was like, whoa.
That's pretty racy, Jeffrey.
She sent back, I don't think this was meant for me, Jeffrey. Ina Garten, the barefoot.
That's what you. That's how you naughty talk with a professional chef.
You'll be delicious.
You'll be
tonight.
delicious tonight. That's.
Oh, Jeffrey. Astronomers say, Gina, this is for you. They've discovered a strange exoplanet with a density that appears to be like a fluffy marshmallow.
Okay, I like marshmallow.
And it floats in space as if it's in a cosmic bathtub.
Okay.
Space observers using the Kitt Peak National Observatory telescope in Arizona say they found the planet orbiting a cool red dwarf. How do you know it's a cool red dwarf? Well, he was smoking. Its orbit around a red dwarf star is interesting because these are types of stars that are the smallest, most dim of all of the main sequence stars. Those are stars which convert hydrogen into helium at their core. Of course, you knew that.
Sure, of course.
So one of the astronomers says giant planets around red dwarf stars have traditionally been thought to be hard to form. That's what makes this giant, fluffy planet or celestial body with a marshmallow-like density so interesting. I just can't quite fathom how that would be, this giant.
It's fun to think about space marshmallows, though. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said this story was for me.
Yeah, I knew you'd like that.
Space
mellows. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know why anybody would do this, but Stouffer's, the frozen
food?
Yes. Frozen food people, have created a Bloody Mary mix that tastes like lasagna.
A Bloody Mary mix.
Yeah, I just don't know why that would. It's billed as a bold and savory mixer. Stouffer's clarifies that this is their first ever Bloody Mary mix and is intended to be an unexpected way for folks to enjoy the delicious taste of Stouffer's lasagna at holiday gatherings.
I think this is...
while getting drunk at the same time.
Well, I mean, Bloody Marys anymore are just brunch because they're so full of stuff.
They put lots of stuff in them.
You know, I mean...
It's not a drink, really.
Like when I was in San Francisco, we went to a Bloody Mary bar, and it was...
You can have one.
I was watching Sue, and it was like she was loading up a plate.
Yeah.
You know, there was so much in it.
That sounds great. I like Bloody Marys a lot.
Anyway, weather?
So, looks like it's starting to taper off, although there is a chance of rain/snow, depending on where you are throughout the day today. Then overnight tonight will clear out a bit and be quite cold, 24 for an overnight low. Next chance of showers looks like Friday night into Saturday, and then Saturday about an 80% chance of showers. So we get a little bit of a break tomorrow, but then it's right back to the wet stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
I didn't say the white stuff.
You didn't
I
say
said
the white
wet
stuff.
It's rain, Gina.
Okay.
Listen, if we have time, I have a story that's which iconic horror villain has the most kills.
All right. We'll see.
If we have time.
Stand by. All right.
Listen to Radio from Hell at Home when you first wake up.
Hello, kiddies. It's me, your old friend, the bookkeeper. Since this is tax season, I thought you might want to hear a story from the big ledger about filing your taxes. Today's installment concerns the do's and don'ts of claiming deductions. Pay careful attention now, or you may have to pay more later.
Well, Mrs. Johnson, I've looked over your return, and I have a few questions about some of your deductions.
Oh, my, is there something wrong?
Well, you've claimed over $9,000 in medical expenses.
That's correct. I have all the receipts right here in this shoebox.
You seem to be in perfect health. Now, some of these procedures seem a bit odd.
Oh?
Spaying.
Yes.
Neutering.
Yes.
Hairball removal.
Yes.
These are services performed on your cat.
Oh, yes, I love cats. I have over 30 of them.
You can't claim your pet's medical expenses.
But they're like family to me.
It's not allowed by the IRS.
Well, could I claim them as a home improvement?
How so?
Well, they keep me toasty warm in the winter. They're like portable space eaters.
I don't think so.
Well, they shed a lot.
So?
Their excess fur helps insulate my house. Better R value than the pink fiberglass stuff.
And no.
Can I claim them as my children?
And no. The government would never overlook you being 80 years old with more than 30 dependents, some of whom are named Buffy, Tabby, and Mr. Boots.
Well, I've made sure they all have Social Security numbers.
Well, why didn't you say so? Sign here. You can expect a hefty refund.
Oh, thank you.
Ms. Smith, send in Mr. Thompson, will you?
Oh?
The guy who wants to deduct his dog as a home security system.
Okay.
Well, kiddies, it does pay to keep good records after all. Looks like Mrs. Johnson is in for a windfall. If she can avoid an audit by the IRS, that is. Maybe the nice accountant fellow from S&M Block will go to jail for her. Remember to file on time, and if you need any help with those tricky forms, don't hesitate to ask your old friend, the bookkeeper.
From Joyce University.
Joyce University of Nursing and Health Sciences, one of the largest nursing schools in Utah. And Daniel Wakamatsu is with us. He is the lead faculty of the International Clinical Programs at Joyce University of Nursing and Health Sciences, and was recently recognized, it says here, not to embarrass you, Daniel, but as the healthcare hero for 2022.
Wow!
For his work in the community. What work in the community do they recognize you for?
Yeah, so
stand real close to the mic if you
sure.
would. Sure.
Yeah, thank you. That was an honor. I definitely don't consider myself a hero, but it was very nice to have that kind of recognition for the work that we do.
Mm-hmm.
So those nominees, there's about 20 awardees or so from various aspects, from administration, practice, as well as education. So mine was
community outreach.
Yes, mine was education, more so in fostering opportunities for nursing students to have very diverse and immersive experiences. For my program internationally. So we do take students to Guatemala.
Yeah, let's talk about that. And I just want to know if you got a plaque or anything. Did they give you a plaque?
Yeah, they did, and it is a very nice looking plaque.
Okay, good.
Laurel and a hearty handshake.
Yeah.
Joyce University students, nursing students. This is unique, I think, to your program, to Joyce University. It's a really good selling point to get people to want to come here. Talk about the international outreach.
Yeah, so it's a fairly new program. We just started taking students internationally for clinical experiences last October. So within that time frame, we've taken, coming up by the end of this year, 89 students will have participated in an international.
And where do you go?
Yeah, so we go to Guatemala and Honduras, and we work with local non-governmental, nonprofit organizations who are there providing healthcare services to their respective communities.
And they really need them, I would imagine. And you've gone, I assume?
Yes, yep. So I've gone about 7 trips.
Yeah?
Wow.
And how many students do you take on each trip?
Yeah, we take about 10, roughly 10 per trip.
Mm-hmm. So if somebody enrolls in Joyce University, wants to be a nurse, and it says here you offer a big number of nursing degrees.
Yeah, so there's a lot of different pathways. So from an associate's level, more of an entry level into practice, as well as a bachelor's degree, as well as master's level courses. So even if you are already a nurse and want to kind of further your career in education, there are many pathways to be a part and kind of grow from that.
And then how do you get to be one of the students that goes to the international trip?
Yeah, so we do select applicants. Right now it's just pre-licensure, so students who are not yet registered nurses in one of their final semesters of their programs. And so we have them apply, we do some interviews, and then kind of make our selection from there. So looking for very driven candidates who are have a love for serving diverse, resource-limited communities in their future.
You know, I was talking to somebody the other day, and this person was a nurse, was a woman, who is like a nurse for hire, for a traveling nurse.
Yeah.
And I thought, what if you're the right kind of person, what a fascinating way to be. So you just go, you get hired to go to a hospital in Utah, and you stay there for
a while,
and then they contract you to go to someplace else in the country. And
Yeah. One of my friends does that. She works. She's an emergency room nurse, and she's done multiple contracts on the East Coast, West Coast. Right now, she's in California.
And they do that with some doctors as well.
Yeah.
An old friend of mine, one of those guys I went to see down in Escalante, was an emergency room physician, but he worked in emergency rooms all around the country.
Yep. So definitely healthcare. You can travel, explore the world. Some great opportunities.
And we need a lot of nurses now.
For sure.
Yes.
So talk about how to enroll in Joyce University, and are there financial aid programs available and that sort of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. So how to enroll, I first recommend going to joyce.edu, so joyce.edu. You can put your information there for to request information, and then somebody will be in contact with you to talk more, even give you a tour of campus if you'd like, answer your questions. And yes, there is financial aid offered.
Are there scholarships as well as loan programs?
Scholarships, I'm not too familiar with, but definitely like federal student loans. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if you go to I'm on the website right now, and it's really easy to navigate. There's a financial aid button. There's a request for more information button. All of that.
That's good. Is there any age limit of people that, maybe somebody who's in their 60s or something says, I'm going to be a nurse, damn it?
No, and what's great is it's a mingling of all age groups, people from very different backgrounds. So, I mean, internationally, we've taken students who have been in their 50s and are just coming into practice now and have been really excited about things. So, no, age is not a limiting factor. Just have a passion to serve and work hard.
I don't know, maybe in a couple of years I'll go be a nurse.
There you go.
It's Joyce University, and it's Joyce .edu. Is that that's
Correct.
the website?
Yeah.
All right. Nice to meet you. Thanks
Thank you,
for coming
Daniel.
by, Daniel.
Thank you for having me.
All right, thanks for coming in. We'll take a break. We'll be back in a bit. HasterGames.com, 6831 South State Street. They've been at that location. They've been doing the board games before the cool people started doing the board games. They specialize in, of course, the Dungeons and Dragons and miniatures and Magic the Gathering and Pokemon, dice, all of that stuff. But they also have family board games, just your traditional board games.
Ticket to Ride.
Sure. You can go in and open one up and try it, learn how to play it before you buy it even. I'll bet Cthulhu Bob himself will sit down with you. Oh, it was his birthday last week, I think.
It was.
Should have said happy birthday to him. This weekend, the Leagues of Votan from Warhammer 40K will be released. The Army Codex, data cards, Army dice, and a range of fantastic brand new miniatures will hit the shelves on Saturday. Next weekend will be their pre-release weekend for the upcoming Magic set, The Brothers War. Players are able to pre-register for that event online at HasterGames.com or stop by the store as well. Additionally, all Brothers War sealed product will be available to be picked up during the pre-release weekend. Check out all the great new inventory this week at Haster Games in Midvale, 6831 South State Street. They're open every day of the week. Haster has it.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
This list is 25 signs that you have sold your soul to the devil.
Number one, you're in radio.
Yeah.
There we go.
You may not realize, but you have indentured yourself to the devil. And here's how you know.
Okay.
Number one, you care more about what others think of you than what you think of yourself. You're very concerned with your image, in other words.
When I was younger, I used to.
Number two, you've become a chronic complainer, and you blame people for holding you back.
The entire world now? Okay.
Right. Number three, you are always tempted by money and material possessions. So far, me and the devil are like this.
I was going to say, to survive in this world, apparently you have to sell your soul.
I don't know. I'm tempted more by naps, really.
Oh, there you go.
Number four, you're a sucker for people who are fake and phony and insincere.
Nope.
No.
I can smell them a mile away.
And they suck me in every time. I don't know what it is. Number five, you're more concerned with fitting in with others than making a name for yourself.
I stand out. I know I do.
Number six, you always end up losing in a relationship.
That means that you've sold your soul to the devil?
That's one of the signs.
You're unlucky in love?
It's one of the signs.
Bummer.
It says it means that you're being intolerant of other people and only looking at whatever particular situation is right in front of your eyes.
So you're being an SE boyfriend or an
Yeah.
SE girlfriend.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Number seven, you have the tendency to be a tease.
Oh.
That's me. That's me.
Yeah.
You're a sucker for punishment. Number nine, you never take any time to relax, reflect, or enjoy life.
And see, again, that's my goal in life.
To be able to do that.
Is to do those things. So
well, if you would sell your soul to the devil right away, maybe you could do it.
You're making a tempting offer.
Number 11, you're a slave to your addictions. Can't give them up. Number 12, you take more than you give.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, again, we're all working toward this goal, aren't we?
Yes.
Let's see. Number 13, you're trying to find something or someone new that can make you happy. No?
No. I thought I have sold my soul to the devil, but apparently I have not.
Number 14.
That's what I'm learning here today.
Yeah.
You're always worried or unhappy on the inside.
Isn't that anxiety?
Yeah. Number 15, you're trying to be as successful as possible.
No. I'm too lazy.
I'm working on that one, so I guess great.
I'm too lazy to be as successful as I could be.
Number 16, you've completely lost touch with the present moment. You just live in a delusional state. You just don't understand what's going on around you, nor do you care.
No, I know too much about what's going on around me.
Carrie,
Yeah.
this one you can't deny.
Okay.
Number 17, you dislike or even hate people.
Yes.
See, this is the first sign that you've sold your soul
So
to the
far,
devil.
this is the first one.
Great.
Okay. Number 18, you're always trying to live up to other people's expectations of you. I
Well,
don't think that's the case for you.
Just Sue and the dogs.
I think I'm always trying to live up to everybody's expectations.
I have a sticker that says, "Be the person your dog thinks you are."
Number 19, you fear looking your worst, which is why you dress, act, and look nothing like God intended you to.
Which church made this list, by the way?
Exactly.
A texter just asked that question.
This is a list, I think, from a psychic website.
I'm beginning to agree.
It's from a psychic website. Number 20, you're willing to trade on your own self-respect, regardless of the consequences to your soul.
No.
In other words, you'll demean yourself just to get ahead.
No.
Number 21, you love to talk about other people's lives and how much better your life is than theirs.
Oh, there's that, yes.
Continuously.
Yeah.
Number 22, you are obsessed with being in control of every situation, no matter how trivial or inconsequential it might be to you in the long run, Carrie. Huh?
No.
No? Okay. You're not obsessed with being in control of every situation.
Not every situation,
He
no.
was the kid
You're
that
willing
put
to
his
just let
name-
things go.
He put his name on the art project and said, "I helped."
Yeah.
Number 23, you've been accused of saying, "I knew I shouldn't have done it," after doing something naughty like, fornication or gluttony or greed.
Again, which church made this list?
No, it's psychics. I'm telling you, it's psychics. Number 24, you have a tendency to be dishonest and to lie often, even when it's not necessary. I know people like that.
I do too.
Well, you're in radio. Of course you do.
Yeah. And then finally this one, you never feel good enough.
Anxiety again.
You never feel good enough. Now, and then it says here, can a psychic help you with this stuff?
Oh,
You
great.
see?
Okay.
Yeah, so it's all a scam.
If you want specific advice on your situation, it can be very helpful to speak to someone with special intuition.
Special
And,
intuition.
Yeah.
And then it says there's something called psychic source that you can turn to.
It was either a religion or psychics or some other
Yeah, it's
thing
psychics.
that's come up with this.
And then
There's
a
nothing
link.
in there. There's nothing in there about suddenly you can play the guitar amazingly. There's
Yeah.
nothing in there.
Well,
Yeah.
no crossroads mention.
Yeah.
Nothing like that.
Nothing, no smell of sulfur, nothing
Yeah.
like that.
What is this?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, here's a texter. If you don't believe in the devil, this is just a list of being a crappy person.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Or living in the world we live in today.
So there's a link here. It says you can click this link to find help, and it directs you to something called Love Psychics.
Oh
Jesus.
boy.
And it says you can get a reading for as little as $1 per minute.
Of course you can.
$1 a minute?
$1 a minute.
Wow.
That adds up, doesn't
That
it?
does add up.
Except now
Especially if it's a slow talking psychic.
It says 100% Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back.
Sure.
Okay.
That's what it says. And there are pictures of these psychics, these love and relationship psychics, and they're all very nice-looking people.
Oh, surely they wouldn't rip me off.
No.
Not at all.
I don't think so.
They look too good.
They're soul readers, right?
Rochelle, Jenica, Sapphire, and Fabiola.
Fabiola.
Yeah.
Love it. I want her.
Fabiola's the older one.
I want her to read. Yeah. I want her to read mine.
That sounds like a female wrestler's name,
And
doesn't it?
Jenica must be the youngest one.
No, Rochelle is.
Rochelle?
I would think. Yeah. Just based on what they look like.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Sapphire's mature and Fabiola's quite a bit older.
Most everything is a scam.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Years ago.
Really?
Yep. You know, we've come full circle because we started the show this morning and we're talking about pop music and then U2 pop and then Rage Against the Machine opening for U2 when they came to town. Rage Against the Machine released their self-titled debut album featuring not only that one, but
whole bunch
of favorites 30 years ago today. I have a sponsor for whatever you're about to talk about, Bill.
Okay.
You First, no stranger to rewarding members. Rates are low. There's no annual fee. Transfer your balance to You First today. Get 3% cash back up to $1,000 with no transfer fee, no annual fee. Call 801-481-8800 or go to a You First branch to get started.
Okay, quickly. Which iconic horror villain has the most kills?
Is it multiple choice or do I just have to guess?
Well, you can guess there. I have them from, what are there, 5 of them listed here, from 5 to number 1. Who do you think is number 1?
Well, Thanos.
What?
Horror villain.
Oh, but they came back, though.
Yeah, horror.
So maybe it doesn't count. Horror movie.
Horror, that's not really a horror movie.
Katie is saying Jason, and I'm going to go with Jason Voorhees.
Okay, let's start with on the list, making the list, is Chucky.
Chucky has quite a few.
47 kills to his name across 8 movies. Up next, Freddy Krueger. He has also 47 kills, but over a few, let's see, top 3, 47 kills.
Okay.
Third place, Jigsaw Killer. From the Saw movies. He has, doesn't say here. Second place, Michael Myers. Across 12 films, he has diced and sliced 159.
Wow.
But yes.
Katie was right.
Katie's right.
Katie.
Jason Voorhees.
She knows her stuff.
A whopping 170 kills over 12 movies.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Grand Moff Tarkin has destroyed entire planets.
Horror movies.
Oh, okay.
It's as if
horror movies. Yes.
Millions of people crying
all at once.
And suddenly silence.
It's a different genre. Different genre.
I'll tell you what, though, that Andor show, I mean, the Empire has always been, they're the Nazis, right?
Sure.
But it's just been, they're the Nazis,
Sure.
whatever. In this Andor series, you're seeing that they are the Nazis.
Oh.
I mean...
They really are.
I'm not going to tell you because it's a spoiler, but they found a way to torture somebody that is darn right Nazi.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'll tell you about it off the air.
All right.
But anyway.
Well, I'm going to watch. I think I'll watch. It's on Disney.
Disney Plus, yeah.
Okay.
I'm just loving it, and the performances are so good. The fans are complaining because it's slow moving, and I'm like, no, you're not paying attention.
Savor it, right?
Yes. All right. Let's do the promo and crawl towards the exit, shall we? Let me find it. Hang on. Here it is. Okay. Coming up on Friday's Radio from Hell show.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Just leave that in.
Coming up on Friday's Radio from Hell show.
At 7:45, Jimmy the Wine Guy's back to have another drink with us. And stick around. He'll be answering your drinking questions at 8 a.m. Plus, Mayor Jenny Wilson will join us at 8:45 for all... damn it!
Leave it in.
No.
Coming up on Friday's Radio from Hell show.
At 7:45, Jimmy the Wine Guy's back to have another drink with us. Then stick around. He'll be answering your drinking questions at 8 a.m. Plus, Mayor Jenny Wilson joins us at 8:45 for our Salt Lake update.
So grab a drink and finish out the week with us on Friday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
And again, fair.
All right.
Sorry.
I think we're good. All business taken care of.
Yeah.
Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Shooby-dooby-doo-wop.
Marcy is next.